Egunon. Egunon
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Speaker is addressing the audience in Basque. She will soon resort to Spanish, and when that's the case, we will proceed.
Bilbao European Encounters under the title Green Digital Conference. El Instituto de Gobernanza Democrática Governance presenta hoy en Azkuna Centroa.
Today in the Azkuna Centroa and tomorrow in BBK Cuna, we're going to present the 9th edition of Bilbao European Encounters. Green Digital Conference is the title. In this 9th edition, governance will help us reflect and analyze one of the key challenges the EU faces. I'm referring to ecologic and digital transition in order to contribute to SDGs and the 2030 agenda. In order to kickstart this conference, Regional Minister for Economic Development, Sustainability and the Environment of the Basque Country, Madame Tapia, and Chechu Osin from the CSIC will formally open the conference.
Buenos días a todas y a todos.
Good morning, ladies, gentlemen. Welcome. Welcome to Bilbao and the Bilbao European Encounters. Speaker is addressing the audience in Basque. We will resume as soon as he switches to Spanish. Good morning. As I was saying in Basque, welcome everybody to this conference. First of all, I'd like to thank the City Council of Bilbao and the Azkuna Center for hosting this event. Tomorrow we will continue with this conference at BBK Cuna, and I'd like to thank BBK Foundation, whose representatives are here today. This meeting, this conference, as Barbara was saying, is aimed at analyzing a highly topical issue: how to bring together the ecologic transition and digitalization. We see that digitalization is transforming our societies, not just our economy. It's changing how we define public policies, how we address health-related issues, and we've seen this very clearly during the pandemic. We are in the midst of a profound change, prompted by the development of ICTs, robotics, AI, big data, and this transformation that we are living can bring about many benefits, a great deal of efficiency in our economic processes, and also to help us manage huge challenges like the climate emergency. As you know, the climate summit is taking place these days in Mexico. And we need to understand that digitization also entails the use of energy, of many raw materials, and that's why we need to analyze these two transitions, the digital transition and the environmental transition, and to make sure that these two transitions are dealt with appropriately. And we're going to today shed light on this topic, engaging in a conversation with civil society, with companies, with the academic world, with a credible helix. And we're also going to be talking about the environment, the natural system, which we need to necessarily address when talking about these two transitions. Well, I've set the scene for today. Let's hope that we can draw some interesting takeaways that we can then share with society. As Ortega was saying, it's very important that we address the issues of the present, and in this case, it's about the environment and about digitization, and we need to address these two transitions simultaneously. We're now going to give the floor to Arantxa Tapia, Regional Minister for Economic Development, Sustainability and the Environment, and her regional ministry combines the three main topics, the three main fields that we're going to address in our conference. We give Madam Tapia the floor.
Egunon guztioi eta
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Some introductory words in Basque. We will resume as soon as Madam Tapia switches to Spanish.
transizio ekologikoa eta digitala lerrokatzeko beharraz hausnartuko duzue eta garapen iraunkorreko helburuak nolabait agenda 2030ekin batera nola gauzatu laguntzeko aukera izango dezue. Eraldaketa digitala benetan gure gizartean hainbat dimentsiotan ikusten dugu eta lerrokatu egin behar ditugu ekimen guztiak. Gutxi jorratuta dago benetan digitalizazioak iraunkortasunean duen eragina. Txitxuko oraintxe bertan aipatzen zuen gainea. Paradigma berri bat da, baina baita ere badu zer esana ingurumenean, energiaren kontsumoan, hainbat gai aztertu behar dira baita ere digitalizazioaren inguruan. Ez da bakarrik digitalizazioa, baizik eta horrek zer eragin duen eta zertarako erabiltzen dugun eta nola erabiltzen dugun. Beraz, bere horretan ez da ez jasangarria, ez da ez jasangarria. Aztertu behar dugun nola egin eta nik uste horrelako jardunaldi batek erabateko zentzua hartzen duela. Pero bueno, voy a intentar centrar.
Now, I'm going to try to set the scene for this conference. And to do so, I would like to insist on the compatibility of digitization and the fight against climate change. Well, digitization can help us or aggravate the fight against climate change. Digitization can be carbon neutral, but depending on how we address it, it can be positive or negative for the environment. We need to make sure that these two trends do not clash, that they work jointly. And this is one of the key challenges of today. We need to consider that both of these transitions are key elements for recovery after the COVID-19 pandemic, at a time of huge uncertainty as a result of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Technology, in its most disruptive versions, with everything that is associated to digitization, referring to data processing, robotics, IoTs, everything that is entailed when we use data with AI algorithms. This can help us, of course, have a tool which is indispensable in order to contribute to the green economy, to give it full latitude, to prevent emissions or curb emissions. But some data, according to some studies carried out between 2018 and 2020, tell us that the digital sector has consumed 3% of global primary energy, has consumed 70% of global electrical power, and has generated 5% of CO2 emissions. This means that if we manage it well, we can reduce these figures, and if we manage it inappropriately, we can lead to an increase in these figures. We see that energy consumption is on the rise with digitization. Many times we believe that using only digital means can help us curb CO2 emissions. But the truth is that all digital applications consume electricity. If it's renewable energy, well, excellent, it won't lead to direct CO2 emissions. But if we're not talking about renewable energy-based power, it can generate more CO2 than the transportation sector. So let's make sure that we work together so that we address digitization in a green, environmentally friendly fashion. We need to understand that digitization is key if we want to promote clean technologies, if we want to promote onshore and offshore wind power, if we wish to monitor the data of the new wind farms for maintenance and production purposes. We need to create electricity networks that are smarter and smarter so that in our households we're able to enjoy those renewable energies. And of course, all this process entails digitization. Digitization needs to be included from the onset in the design stage. So it's not about offsetting digitization and fight against climate change. We need to make sure that these two trends work jointly, operate jointly. The European Commission believes that digital technologies can be important and significantly contribute to the SDGs and the targets of the European Green Deal. And from my standpoint, these visions are essential because these are inseparable. Both transitions and both initiatives are inseparable and as such need to be addressed jointly. We are lucky enough of having in one same department the digital initiatives and the environmental initiatives. We help each other to define the roadmap going forward. We have many examples that come to show that digital solutions and the use of data help us generate an economy that is carbon neutral. The idea is to be able to reach net zero by 2050. We want a more resilient economy. We want to promote technology and digitization, for example, to manage waste. We need to track residues and waste origin, valuation, how waste is reintroduced into the system. Of course, in order to ensure this whole process, we need to use technology. We need to process data. The use of digital technologies can help us a great deal, and we need to make the most of it. We need to leverage ourselves on these new technologies. We also need to talk about the technologies that we use in the farming world and agriculture. Nowadays, knowing when we need to, for example, water a specific crop, knowing how dry land is, or in a greenhouse, knowing how much heat we need to introduce and how much water we need to consume, having this info allows us to manage the resources, heat, water, cold, much better. We can therefore be more efficient and ensure that the product that we're going to obtain has a greater quality. And the same would apply to the use of fertilizers, for example. So, in all fields, in all sectors, we can make the most of the digital technologies. The applications are countless. We need to make sure that we leverage on these new technologies. As I was saying initially, if we do so, our economy will create new market niches and will diversify based on the skills and knowledge it has. Back to Basque. We will resume as soon as the regional minister switches to Spanish. Please bear with us a minute.
2015ean jaitsi behar dugu. Hori da helburua eta 2050erako neutraltasuna lortu behar dugu. Eta horretarako digitalizazioak ere laguntzen du hainbat arlotan. Eta arlo guztiotan bilatuko genuke adibide bat. Erabil dezagun erarik eta egokienean. Konplexua da, bai, baina lortzeko modua dugu eta aukera berriak sortzeko baita ere badugu momentua eta badugu teknologia. Como muestra de...
In order to show our commitment, last year in Glasgow at COP26, we presented the Basque Net Zero Industrial Supercluster Initiative that aims to bring together two very important companies of the energy world, Iberdrola and Petronor, so that they help us or help 16 other companies reduce their CO2 emissions. This would translate into energy efficiency and a better use of energy. This initiative is part of the initiative launched by the World Economic Forum. And you must know that the Basque Country is one of the 4 regions selected for this initiative. We need to work jointly. From a regional standpoint, you need to understand that 80% of the measures implemented to protect the environment or to introduce adaptive measures or to try to promote other kinds of measures. All this is done from the regional sphere, the local sphere. The Basque Country doesn't want to lag behind, and today, thanks to this conference, we can address digitization, the environment, or CO2 emissions jointly. Back to Basque again. Please bear with us a minute.
Agendak aipatzen diguna eta 17 helburu finkatu dizkigu eta nik uste guztietan ingurumen arloa eta digitalizazioa erabat itxatxi behar ditugula eta kontsideratu behar ditugula zerbait transversala bezala. Aliantza hori ondo egiten baldin badugu, eragile guztiak parte hartu, seguru nago arrakastatsua izango dela. Beraz, egun hauek arrakastatsuak izatea baita ere espero dut, eta seguru nago hemendik ateratzen diran ondorioak guretzako administrazioentzako ere erabat erabilgarriak izango direla. Eskerrik asko berriro zuen gonbidapenagatik.
Realmente a las sesiones de
Thanks very much. Here we are at this Green Digital Conference. Thanks very much, Regional Minister, for your words that set the scene of the subject matter that we're going to address today and tomorrow. And to kickstart the reflection, we will have a keynote. We will have two speakers that will shed light on the key messages that we want to focus on. We have two researchers with broad experience in this field. Fiaca O'Brien is a researcher and professor at the Dublin City University, and he's an expert in ethics applied to disruptive technologies. His PhD dissertation is on the environmental impact and justice issues related to the introduction of new biotechnological products, and he currently works to assess the impact of assisted technologies in the field of physical therapy, also the use of robots and other intelligent technologies in different fields. He's part of a team of European researchers, Inclusive Robotics for a Better Society. I was a member as well, and there we studied the impact of AI and robotics in different fields. And after the gentleman, we will give the floor to Narmeen Aboubakari, who's head of campaigns of she's a lawyer by trade. She has broad experience in the field of IP rights, digital rights, and everything pertaining to data confidentiality. She has worked in different international law firms, and currently he works for the European Green Party. I'm going to give both of the keynote speakers the floor, and then we will open a Q&A. Fiacra?
Slides, perfect. Okay. Well, thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you very much for bringing me to the Basque Country. I'm delighted to be here. So I'm going to talk, I'm an ethicist, I'm a philosopher. So I'm going to do a general introduction to the ethical thinking around green digitalization, which is something I've been involved in for a short while. My main job, I'll just go through. As a philosopher in Ireland, where I'm from, we normally have to introduce what philosophy is, so apologies if I'm going over stuff that you guys know. But I'll just tell you what we do. I'm focused on moral and ethical philosophy, which I do believe can play a role in truly helping in these discussions about green digitalization. So moral and ethical are often viewed as synonymous. Ethics then, which is what I do, is a branch of philosophy. It's a normative branch. So we're talking about how things should be. What sort of world should we live in? What sort of values should we have? how can we best instantiate these values when we're setting up a system. So normally what I do, I try to be anchored to the real world. You see in my picture there, courtesy of Raphael, Aristotle is pointing down towards the real world, while Plato is pointing up towards the realm of ideas. So ethics and moral philosophy are concerned with these broad, abstract ethical ideas. We try and define them, we try and understand them, we try and clarify them, and then we use these, hopefully, to inform tech companies, inform policymakers, inform regulators, inform cultural thinking around the problems that we collectively face. This isn't moving anymore. So applied ethics, which is where I make my bread and butter, is normally you'd be part of a European research project, you're talking to people who are developing AI or developing robotics. You try and say, look, these are the ethical problems that we have. We can foresee that if we value certain aspects of human rights or if we value privacy, this new development might impinge on privacy or human rights or whatever it is. And we try and say, look, this is how you would prevent that happening, how you would maximize the opportunities of your new policy, your new technology, and minimize any challenges that might arise. So that's what we do in our bread and butter work. That's what I do most of my time. But there's also sort of broader conceptions around moral philosophy, where we talk about moral frameworks. I think this is most important when we think about the environment. There is a strand of thinking in environmental philosophy that part of the reason we're facing such a climate emergency is that we've had the wrong political and moral frameworks. And these have informed problematic economic policies around consumerism, around resource extraction. We've valued the wrong things. So in this talk about green digitalization, I want to talk about both these aspects sort of on a twin track. So with digitalization, I mean, we have obvious societal challenges and opportunities, and philosophers have been talking about this recently, and they've been mainly interested in areas that are very human-focused. We've been talking about bias, transparency, fairness, and justice. And that's all well and good, and we've been developing collectively new regulations for AI, regulations for robotics. So we're looking at issues of trust, we're looking at justice, we're looking at issues of safety. And you're probably aware of some of these declarations that have come out. We've got the Montreal Declaration for Responsible AI, the Toronto Declaration. We've got the OECD Principles on AI, the Asilomar Declaration, which I don't have up there. There's the EU Commission have been working on the ethics guidelines for trustworthy AI. These are really extensive, they're really coherent. And the ITU are developing this AI for good, which I think they've been working on, and they're going to do more work on that next year. All of this, though, we have to put it in the context of the climate crisis. And it's not always thought of in that context. In AI research, there's often a kind of siloed effect where people are very focused on, well, bias, transparency, et cetera, but they're talking as if we don't live in a world facing a climate crisis. So to come to this conference where you're talking about both is a real pleasure for me, and I think it's really important that we do talk about this. Most of you are probably aware of the extent of the climate crisis. I've just got some sort of horror stats here. The world scientists are calculating that emissions must fall by half by 2030 to give a chance of limiting global heating to 1.5 degrees centigrade. It's unfortunate now that we're seeing more and more publications talking about this not being achievable, and that maybe we should drop this as a goal. So that's slightly worrying for me. The UN's WMO has found that the concentration of climate heating gases has hit a record high. I'm sure you're all aware of that. It's 50% higher than it was in 1750, before the Industrial Revolution sparked this widespread burning of coal, oil, and gas. We're also facing other non-atmospheric environmental crises, the extinction. sixth mass extinction, crop loss, soil degradation, pollution of many types, and pandemics. According to the World Scientists, they issued a letter saying that we face a ghastly future of mass extinction, decline in health, and climate disruption upheavals. So I think we have to think about any digital revolution in this context. To do otherwise is irresponsible. Guterres has said we're accelerating on the highway to hell. I think that it behooves us to make sure that our digital revolution does not further press on the accelerator. So we're running out of time, I think, to put the digital revolution at the service of climate-related events. At the very least, it's imperative that we address the sustainability problems of our current practices. So blockchain, robotics, data centers, the digital infrastructure needs to be more sustainable. It needs to be made as sustainable as possible before its use and production is further scaled up. So I think that should be our baseline threshold, the minimum that we should do. And I think this stems, in philosophical terms, from a general moral duty to preserve things of intrinsic value. Normally, this is considered to be human beings. So we have to preserve human beings as they are now and future generations of human beings. Within the philosophical thought around the environment, they've begun to think, well, maybe there's other things of intrinsic value. Maybe other animals have intrinsic value. Maybe intrinsic value can be located in life in general, the biosphere. Maybe it's even to be located in ecosystems. If this is the case, we would have a moral duty to preserve these things as well, as they are also of intrinsic value. This is the case, then, that we value things of intrinsic value, human beings, and we accept this argument that we should value all things of intrinsic value and have a duty to preserve that, then we would have a duty to preserve these other things. In that case, the digital revolution should be put in the service of preserving not just human beings as beings of intrinsic value, but all these other things. You might not accept that, of course. There's a pragmatic argument based on human interest that we just have to preserve the natural environment as best we can. So creating a new digital infrastructure that hinders or prevents the preservation of this is irrational. Interestingly, there's been some research done on how the digital revolution and how AI particularly is influencing or impacting the SDGs. So recent research has said that it may act as an enabler on 179% of targets across all sustainable development goals, but 59 targets, 35% may experience a negative impact. In the areas most focused on the environment, climate change, life on land, and life in the water, we see that 93% of targets could be enabled or facilitated by AI. AI can bring better modeling, better predictive power so that we know when droughts are likely to occur, when we need more water, et cetera, when soil might be lost. We can look at floods, spills. AI can help us move, or digitalization can help us move towards low carbon energy systems. It can bring energy efficiency and renewables further into line, make them easier to manage, make them easier to implement. But there's also ethical risks. This is a big part of what we do. We talk a lot about these ethical risks, and we try and advise digital groups or private sector entities or governments how to avoid these. There's one argument that sustainability or the SDGs are not the proper normative framework, in that they're not truly a guide on how we should manage ourselves collectively or individually. Some of them can conflict. Companies might say, well, we're pursuing the SDGs because they're pursuing the innovation part of the SDGs whilst ignoring life and land or climate change. So there's questions around what sustainability means. There's different interpretations. There's weak and strong sustainability. Weak being where you leave as much value in some sort of economic measurement for future generations, but not necessarily leaving the same resources, say the same ecosystems, but the value should be the same. Strong sustainability would mean that you would leave the ecosystems or the biosphere as intact as you find it. So there's other issues. There's issues around moral hazard. The techno-fix on the horizon risks undermining more immediate efforts. So this is the idea that we think, well, we don't need to change our economic policies. We don't need to change our behaviors, because once we get our new digital technologies, our new AI working, that'll solve everything. So this is a moral hazard problem. We need to avoid that. There's also the issue of increased inequality as a result of digitalization or as a result of AI. Increased inequality can lead to political polarization, and it makes it harder to get the cooperation we need to deal with this global threat. Richer nations or corporations are better able to access scarce resources, better able to exert control over global rules, over global economic systems. We might also further the burdens on the poor. Rich countries might end up requiring more energy so that we can live with our new green digital infrastructure, while poorer countries bear the brunt of this. There's problems. This is a more general digitalization problem, that the loss of democratic participation could be furthered, as algorithms are increasingly likely to dominate our political and social decision making. So this could exclude people from the democratic process. There's also issues around siloed thinking becoming further embedded. So culture wars like we see in the US and the UK, where the green agenda is considered to be woke and should be opposed on that basis, because people are only reading the news that the algorithms have said they should read, that they're interested in. So we're all aware that this is a general issue, but it is an issue for, I think, the pursuit of the green agenda as well. AI can excel at manipulating public opinion, and thus is used to further the current political polarization. Then there's the idea around the large technical system. So a large technical system is a whole social and economic infrastructure, a technological infrastructure. If we build this, once you have a large technical system, it's very difficult to change, because so many aspects of our lives and our societies are based on this system. If the system is unsustainable, we embed these problems for generations to come. It's very difficult to change a large technical system. Thus, I think it's very important that we embed sustainability at least into the large technical system now, whilst we have this chance. I think Narmeen is going to talk more about this, and I'm probably getting to the end of my time, but there are potential policy solutions. There's the move towards the circular economy, the integration of environmental concerns into the entire life cycle of digital systems. Circular digitalization, circular with respect to the means by which they're produced, powered, maintained, would help ensure that their use is beneficial to the people and the planet. We could insert this into non-financial reporting. We can develop initiatives concerning sustainable corporate governance and environmental accounting. Scope 3 emissions should be included. We can develop modeling and policy tools to capture synergies between the circular economy and climate change mitigation. So these are practical but moral things I think we could do. I think I'll finish with a sort of broader idea of how digitalization could change the way we think. And this comes from the idea that digitalization will obviously transform the way we live. And the way we live forms the sort of habits we have. That forms the type of thinking that we undertake, that we participate in. So digitalization is affording us a chance to design new modes of behavior. The systems in which we exist are habit forming. So even if you believe that most people aren't going to be concerned with environmental matters, are concerned with the climate catastrophe or anything like this, people have habits, and these habits can be formed. This is a sort of virtue ethics idea for the philosophers amongst us. And the systems that we build can form these habits. So we can use digitalization in theory and I think in practice, to create eco-citizens. We can inculcate green virtues individually, institutionally, and collectively through the digital revolution. And this will make it easy for people to act as eco-citizens or in a sustainable way without them having to think about it. So in a sense, we could bypass the argument that we have to have in culture wars where we have to persuade people that living a greener lifestyle is a good thing. If we create a system in which people just automatically do this, you can bypass that argument. The digital revolution will give us the tools to nudge people towards being greener citizens. I've got a PhD student working on this. There's obviously some ethical issues around this, but I think it's one of the more fascinating areas that are the fascinating opportunities afforded to us by digitalization. And from a virtue ethics perspective, I think that this goal of creating a sustainable world or minimizing the harm that we're currently doing should underpin all of digitalization. It should underpin all of our policies. So that is my philosophical take. Thank you very much. I have no idea how long that went on for.
So, hello everyone. Thank you so much for having me as one of the speakers today. So, as mentioned before, I'm Narmeen. I'm the campaigner for the Greens at the European Parliament. Before we dive in, I wanted to give a bit of an overview of who the Greens are. And so the Greens IFA at the European Parliament, it's a parliamentary group. We are the fourth political group at the Parliament with 72 members from across Europe. So we have obviously Spanish MPs, as well as French or German, etc. But it's also composed by different political groups, so to say. We have Green Movement, but we also have the Pirates and independent MPs, and the European Free Alliance are part of our political group. And when it comes to values, I mean, obviously you must know, but we wish to make Europe the global leaders in terms of climate action, but also in terms of fighting for better human rights, self-determination, environmental protection. Having said that, why do we personally believe that we need to build that complicities between digitalization and ecological transition is based on the IPCC report that we all know, the fact that there is an emergency, and the idea that now we have the COP27 taking place is really important, because we do want to fight the global warming. We do want to make sure that every ton of emissions do not add up to the global warming that we are actually facing. And this is why every sector, including the ICT sector, should actually contribute to limiting and also reducing the CO2 and the greenhouse gas emission. That is really key. When it comes to building that complicities, the idea is that we shouldn't think about just the tech sector. We should think about the systemic approach. And by systemic, it means how do we actually use the tech, but also how the tech impacts us in general. And this is why we should have two different steps. And one of them is assessing the ecological impact of the technologies. Recently, the European Commission come up with different projects, but most of them don't even take into account the fact that tech could actually undermine the purpose of the Commission wants, which is to fight climate change. And we want to make sure that the digital transition and the climate transition do not hamper each other in the first place, and we need facts and data for that. Then the second step is, after we have received those facts, we would need to basically create regulation, because at the moment we do not have a lot of regulation for the ICT sector. We are currently discussing at the European Parliament how do we regulate AI, and this is a first within the European Union, But within that AI regulation, we have nothing that mentions the impact, the environmental impact of AI. And we've been fighting to include amendments into that text, but it is really difficult because other political groups are completely against it. So regulating the tech is really important to make sure that the tech that we want would enable us to actually go and act for a green transition. We need this to be done at European level so that we have 27 member states applying the same regulation and not have discrepancies between Germany and Spain or Spain and Poland, for instance. When it comes to assessing the ecological impact of tech, we've decided to actually commission a study. We've done it through independent consultants and researchers. And that study actually uses what we call the life cycle assessment. Some of you might be familiar with that. And it's basically basing that assessment on taking into account the different stages of a technology. So in the first place, we'll take into account the manufacturing state. That's where we would extract the raw materials, upstream the transport, and do manufacturing processes. But also take into account the distribution stage, so when we are distributing it from the manufacturers to the consumers. The usage stage, so how much electricity and equipment can use, and finally, how do we actually get rid of that equipment? And while we are using this life cycle, we are also taking into account some environmental indicators. Like global warming, depletion of resources, the soil pollution, also human ecotoxicity and biodiversity. And that study includes the entire European Union, and it was before Brexit, and this is why it says EU 28. And we had taken into account not only your smartphone, your computer, but also the data centers and the network that enable you to have access to internet connection, things like that. And what we found out is quite obvious, but important to know, is that tech has an impact. It has not an impact only because you use your email, but mainly because we produce technologies. We extract raw materials, we go into manufacturing phases, and then we have workers, and those workers are highly affected by the way we consume technologies and the way we digitalize. So technologies and the complicity that needs to be built is not only about the environment, it's also about the social transition, because we need to take into account human rights damages and the working conditions that we are creating in Africa, but also in Asia and in so many other countries. That's also taking into account Ukraine. I mean, not so much anymore, but and the study finds that actually Europe is one of the most is the continent that affects the most e-waste. We generate a lot of e-waste compared to other continents, and that actually the impact of tech is done at the manufacturing stage, and not because you're using your smartphone. I mean, because you're using your emails, because that's a widespread myth about tech, is that is the moment where you impact the most, but actually that's just before you receive your technology or your equipment. And so basically, and this is really important, is that we are extremely dependent on rare resources. We've decided to, I mean, the European Commission has said multiple times that we want to be a leader in the tech, which is not necessarily a bad thing. However, it has made us dependent on rare resources in places where we can't control the amount of rare materials, but also we can't control the way it's being, the working condition of the workers. We have a high demand, but it is actually putting a threat to the supply of our own resources, and we will need to basically tackle this. It is important to tackle this for a geopolitical reason, an environmental reason, and a social one. And this is why the need to go to a circular economy is necessary. The reason why we need to go, it has to be led by legislation. And so far what has been said is that the European Union wants to reduce its net greenhouse gas emission by at least 50%. This was included into the EU climate law in 2020. And the European Commission, under the presidency of Ursula von der Leyen, actually insists on the ambition to basically have a European economy that is based on two flagship policies, the European Green Deal and the Fit for the Digital Age one. And this is why they adopted a new Circular Economy Action Plan in March 22. And that Circular Economy Action Plan has adopted certain measures. For instance, we know that the common charger will be adopted and will be put in place in 2024. The common charger legislation is basically introducing one single cable, the USB-C one, as a standard for charging your devices, and that would be for mobile phones, laptop, e-readers. So it is a really good step, since it will be reducing the electronic waste. It would save some resources, and it's a massive triumph also for the consumers, since it would enable us finally to only have one charger instead of multiple ones that is in our cupboard. However, we also have some additional legislation being currently discussed at the European Parliament, the battery regulation, and one called the new Eco-Design for Sustainable Products regulation. So far, this regulation are not at the final stage, so the content is moving quite a lot. But for instance, for the eco-design one, the aim is really to broaden actually the scope of devices that you would like to eco-design, but also make sure that the way that we would eco-design and produce any tech devices is based on durability, reliability, repairability. So it's all going into having a right to repair. It's obviously not enough, because we've been waiting for the right to repair initiative, and that initiative was supposed to be published on 30th of November, and we've learned from the Commission themselves that it wouldn't happen, and that we don't know why. The problem is that obviously if we have an eco-design regulation, is really good, but if we don't have the right to repair initiative that is based on what the consumer can do, meaning that the consumer is able to go to a shop and say, please repair it and let me have my guarantee or my warranty while I'm requesting for repair services. So that legislation, the right to repair initiative, is really important, as it was setting some rules for consumers to be able to repair the devices. And one legislation that has been announced actually quite recently that might be published in 2023 is the Critical Raw Materials Act. And this is really about how Europe stop being dependent on China, basically, and other countries across Europe, and also create more rules on how we actually decide who is getting that critical raw material for each sector, and prioritize a bit more. We don't have so much details regarding the contents because it was only presented recently, but we're really hoping that we get the content really soon. Now, having said that, we believe as Greens that even though the European Commission has made some massive improvement in the way they legislate tech, we would like to make sure that the EU reduce the environmental impact of technology by making sure in the eco-design regulation that I was mentioning earlier that we have pooled solution. By pooled solution, I imply we have a Wi-Fi for an entire building and not every household having a one Wi-Fi. Or we make sure that the infrastructure that we're using for 5G will be easily adapted for 4G, which is the case sometimes, but not completely in every country, and make it mandatory for every company to create eco-design equipment, so that we are enabled to have an access to the battery, that it's not completely glued, and that Also, Europe makes sure that we create a market of secondary raw materials, basically a market based on reuse of the raw material that we currently have, with the targets and recyclability standards. And finally, create a right to repair, a right to repair that is ensuring an access to spare parts for consumers, but also independent repairers, and a scoring system that enable us as consumers to know, okay, my device will be repairable because I know this manufacturer will make me replace my battery, or that is feasible. And then introduce a product passport, which is basically just a traceability component for the supply chain. So it's mainly for manufacturers, it's not really for consumers. So in a nutshell, a good right to repair would be one that has good design, a fair access, and informed consumers. And this is why, in conclusion, we really believe building complicities between digitalization and the ecological transition is about creating an incentive for manufacturers to eco-design their devices, for consumers to have a proper right to repair. And we believe sincerely that this is a great opportunity for workers, for the consumers, for Europe to create an economy. Circular economy is basically the revolution that would create finally a social and environmental change and improve the livelihood of people and the planet at the same time. So thank you so much for your time.
Well, tenemos ahora tiempo para un
Now we have time for a short discussion. We're going to give the floor to the audience as well.
want to, and yo quería decir simplemente
I'd like to start off by saying that today is the World Day of Philosophy, and it makes perfect sense that we have started this conference with Fiacra's keynote presentation, as he is a philosopher himself. And he reminded me of something that a good friend of mine says, Daniel Innerarity, who says that when we philosophers are summoned, it's because things are not going well. And perhaps this is a symptom of the situation we currently find ourselves in. And I believe that it was very important to share this comment when reflecting on ethics applied to digital technologies.
or I am very interested in the social dimension of these transitions, because you have talked about the social impact of extractivism and other issues, and it's very interesting to me to know what about the social impact of these two transitions, digitalization and ecological transition.
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Yes, so in terms of so the digital transition, we've seen two different social impacts. As mentioned by Fiacra earlier, it's also about the access that people have to digitalization. We can't deny that it is really key for education, for work, that people have an access to the technology. But at the same time, since we don't have due diligence yet, we know that the way the tech is being produced is a catastrophe. Like we had an NGO actually filed a complaint against Apple and also Google because of the death of children in some mines, and I think it was in the Congo mine in Africa. Currently at the European Parliament, they are having a discussion on the corporate due diligence. It's not at the final stage now. It's really being negotiated. It's that legislation aims at actually creating a set of rules that make sure that companies will be sanctioned in the case of human rights violation, and that we are able, as a European Union, to trace actually where we know that we've been deaf, or where we know that people have been heavily affected by the manufacturers. And that cobalt mine that I'm referring to also had issues with the cancer. A lot of the workers there were diagnosed with really, really heavy cancer. And I mean, currently with the legislation that we have, there is nothing that we can do against it. There is nothing that we can really sanction the companies, and this is why when we do a regulation where we need to assess, we will need to make sure that companies will be sanctioned for the environmental and human rights impact that they will have. Otherwise, they will keep going in that direction.
Okay. You want to?
On the social impact?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I suppose I was talking a little bit about habits, and that's kind of coming from my Aristotelian virtue ethics perspective. But the habits we have, they're not entirely the product of your own autonomous self. You're the product of your social environment. If the social environment can be changed by regulation, your habits change, and to a degree your desires change, the sort of things you aim for. And I think that with digitalization, I mean, given the amount of data we're gathering on individuals or on societal groups, it should be easier, it is easier to nudge them to behave in slightly different ways. I think we can nudge people to behave in greener ways. Currently we're being nudged in a sort of unregulated way by groups like Amazon and so on who want to sell things to us and are very successful in doing so. But we can harness this power to nudge people to be greener or to just accept green habits. And those changes over 10, 20 years can be revolutionary, but at the time you don't really notice it happening. In Ireland we had a smoking ban, and everyone thought that's impossible, no one will stop smoking in pubs, but they did. And now smoking has dropped, people don't smoke as much. These little changes just become part of the world you exist in. And I think we can harness a lot of the data we're gathering digitally on people to create eco-citizens. So that would be the way I'd be looking at it. I think from an environmental philosophy point of view, we have a duty to do this. I think governments should do this, but that's slightly more controversial. I probably have to argue that a bit more, but I can do that.
So we need more regulation to improve greener consensus of people?
We need more information.
No, regulation.
I think so, yeah. I think at this point, I think the state is our ally when it comes to the climate change issues. I think we need to have a state working to, I suppose, protect us from predatory companies, to protect us from our own bad habits. The state, at its best, represents us all, acts in our collective self-interest and in our future self-interest. So I do think we need the state from a political philosophy point of view here. Obviously, I know, and you know more about this, I mean, within the state or within the EU, there's arguments about who's got the levers of power. But I think if we're to avoid utter climate catastrophe, we need something as powerful as the state to help us.
Do you think it could be possible to develop a different model of digitalization in Europe, different from the Chinese model or the Anglo-American model? It could be possible?
Yeah, I think it will be definitely possible. The only incentive that we don't have, it make it mandatory to repair and reuse. At the moment, whatever infrastructure that you have, from something that you use as a consumer to the technology that you would use in a company, it's super difficult to just repair one or the other. And we see it with printers, we see it with cars as well. So creating that economy that would be based on a repair, reuse economy would enable us to finally create a digitalization that is not about just one usage type of consumption. And the difficulties, I think, is tech is evolving extremely fast.
Mm-hmm.
So what we believed was something that we were actually regulating suddenly has completely changed. And we see it like with the 5G. I mean, 5G would exploit completely the usage of our energy consumption just because it's increasing the time speed of your data, and because you're using also IoT, which didn't exist a couple of years ago. You didn't have a refrigerator that would tell you about the weather of today. So this is also about choosing whether every technology should have the same usage. Do we really want to use, I don't know, like a fridge with telling us that it's 20 degrees outside? Is it that useful for us? Or do we would prefer to use 5G for medicine purposes? Obviously, that would make completely sense. This is a new form of innovation that would help us in terms of health. So it's just about the cost and benefits that we would like to include into our economy and create that circularity that we don't have yet.
It is interesting to me, to my mind, like the idea of that digitalization is a scarce resource. It's a non-renewable resource. So it's a good idea about some kind of digital austerity we could adopt. No, it's interesting the idea of that digitalization is not illimited, without limits.
Yeah, I think we've seen a change though since also the Ukraine war and the fact that during the COVID crisis the access to rare resources were extremely limited. Manufacturers stopped producing products because they didn't have any rare resources no more, because China wasn't producing or sending them to Europe no more. So I think sadly the negative impact that we've seen so far with COVID and the Ukraine war has made Europe realize that we should restrain the way we act, or we should reduce or rethink the way we use the technology and the resources that we have around us. So it's been a learning a good lesson for I think Europe at least.
Could it be digital austerity a virtue of a green conscience?
Well, I mean, austerity has
Yes.
very negative connotations.
Yes.
But there's other virtues in terms of not being greedy, you know, moderation and temperance in terms of our use of digital resources. Particularly, as you say, they're scarce resources.
Yes.
You know, we don't have a huge amount of resources. Should we be using them for trivial things? I think we're going to have to think about it now, obviously, with Ukraine and COVID, but this problem isn't going away. I think the population's reached 8 billion. It's predicted to go up another bit. The climate crisis is affecting our production of resources. So we're going to have to start moderating our consumption and prioritizing what we use our resources for. And those fundamentally are philosophical questions, you know, and economic questions. So yeah, I think we're going to have to think carefully about that. But I wouldn't like to use the word austerity. I would go more with temperance or something that has a slightly more positive.
No negative connotations.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have to start thinking like that, because currently we celebrate consumerism in the West, and we have a throwaway culture. It's not a sustainable culture. It's fundamentally irrational in the long term to treat things like this. So the right to repair is a great idea. And you could, I suppose you could make that kind of cool by people having different sort of types of repair. But yeah, we need to think about this, but we also need to sell it to the citizens so that people will support these initiatives. And I think if we can do that, you can get a virtuous circle. When it becomes sort of habitual, well, of course I didn't buy a new thing, that's crazy. You know, I just repaired my stuff and I made it slightly different, so it's cool. You could personalize these things. And I think if you can create that sort of social and economic environment, then you have eco-habits being the norm, and that could really benefit us all collectively.
Okay. ¿Alguna pregunta, algún comentario del público? Sí.
Are there any questions or comments from the audience? Is there a microphone? Please use the microphone if you want to speak.
Bueno, no sé si hay, es que no veo.
Unun, good morning.
Thank you.
No, if we are moderating our consumption or thinking it better, there's the question of how the producing machine or cycle, how that will be how it will affect that. I mean, if workers will be fired or maybe in this new circular industry we can relocate workers. I don't know, but if we stop or partially stop the cycle of the enterprises, how that will affect the workers, or I mean, if people goes down consuming, how less things will be sold. But my question is how this will be relocated and will make sense in the future.
Well,
Sí, como queráis.
I mean, it's an excellent question, and it's a very complicated question. I don't have all the answers. The more radical one is that we move away from consumer capitalism. That would be the most radical one. From an environmental point of view, that makes sense from the scientific point of view. Obviously, socially and politically, that's much more difficult. One of the options that people might look at is the sort of universal basic income. And I could see something like that happening, or it's going to be discussed more and more seriously as digitalization and AI is likely to lead to, or is predicted to lead to, a number of job losses anyway. If the predictions around sort of a universal general AI are true, then there'd be very little work for any of us to do. A lot of jobs, mathematicians, lawyers, everything, would be made redundant by having AIs. So I think whether it's green or not, we're going to face into the impacts of the technological revolution on job losses. Philosophically, I guess there's historical links between working and some sort of worthwhile life, that your life gets meaning from your work. I'm not sure that that is true. I'm not sure that that's something we have to accept. I don't think you could just tell people, oh look, you're not going to get meaning from your work now that you're unemployed. You'll find some other meaning. I don't think it would work immediately, but perhaps in the long or medium term we could move away from that link between sort of personal achievement and the job. We might have to if the AI sort of predictions around jobs are true anyway. As for funding things, that is a problem. I'm not sure. I think we will have to make some serious decisions about resource allocation.
So I think we have to admit that in the ecological transition there will be a loss of jobs. Obviously, it's the same for the energy industry. If we decided to stop the fossil industry, some people are going to lose their jobs. But it doesn't mean that you're not going to find other jobs. And this is why the circular economy is also the option, because the idea behind it is that we are basing our economy on the service that you're offering to people, the service of either reusing what you already have, repairing what you have, or even recycling. And this is where we haven't put enough financial incentives into. So I can't remember the number, but the recycling rates in Europe and also the return of devices in Europe is extremely low. But what we haven't seen is that every device that we're not returning or recycling is either thrown away somewhere that we have no idea of. And there are places, like in Asia and Africa, where you have a landfill full of e-waste that is being burned by people in a completely dangerous way in the first place, but also it's a shame because there is still value behind your old phone from 2000, you know, because in that phone you have metals, you have sometimes even gold, you have cobalt, you have so many different resources that could be reused for different purposes. And this is the type of jobs that I think we hope to create with that circular economy. So it's not about digging more the resources that we have, but finding new purposes in the thing that we do have. But at the end of the day, I can't deny that we would always develop new technologies. I don't think that we're going to stop completely extracting raw materials somewhere. I mean, it's also it's capitalism. It's really hard to fight, and I don't think that you're going to fight it with a circular economy, but at least it's more valuable for the workers and our environment and our health in general. So yeah, and I can come back to you with the numbers because we do. There are a lot of research on the job potential of the circular economy. One was done by ETUC, which is a trade union together with some private companies. And I think, and that's also my last word, there is a lot of new SMEs that have been developed in the past 10 and 20 years. In Europe, they're extremely small, but like in France, you have Back Market that is reselling refurbished phone, but you also have some companies that are offering repair services for devices like your cars, but not only your refrigerators, etc. So you see that I think we have a bit more of a development in that economy, and we have SMEs willing to, small companies willing to be there and develop this as well.
Okay. Coral?
Thank you. Okay, so the first thing I would like to say is that I am a computer scientist, so maybe my point of view is a little bit different. I think technology is here for helping all of us. We cannot ask people to do not use technology, but I think there is a point where in Europe, in Spain, and also in the regional administrations are failing, is the education. We need to educate people on how to use technology. Recycling is very important. Repairing is really important, but we need also to educate people on how to use technology, because technology is made to help people. Life is easier thanks to the technology, but if we don't know how to use it, we have this problem about the energy required for the technology and all these kind of things. And for example, with the example of the smoking, why people is not smoking now? Because there were legislation is important, but also because there were a lot of campaigns against the smoking, the effects, what happens, and all these things. But with the technology, it doesn't happen. So I think the people is not aware about the negative effect of the use of the technology, depending on how they are using this technology. And that's my point, and I would like to know your opinion. Thanks.
I agree. I think education is hugely important, and we should try and inform people on how to use it. I suppose, sort of philosophically, when you say technology is here to help and here to make things easier, I think we do need to have a discussion on what things we're making easier. So if we're making it easier to pursue things that are very destructive to the natural world or to the environment, we maybe need to question whether we should be allowing that technology to do that. So I think I've done a lot of stuff in robotics. And you're kind of, well, robotics could be really useful. In loads of ways they will be really useful, but they might also make it more efficient to, mine the bottom of the ocean or to deforest or whatever. So technology can be here to help, but it can be designed for good or bad purposes. And so I think we need to start thinking about what we're designing the technology to do, or what we're aiming to achieve with that technology. And again, I'd say that's a sort of philosophical question, or it's where philosophy can play a role. And then, we need to think about then what we will campaign to do once we have those sort of questions more clearly. I think if we're designing or allowing technology to just inculcate greater consumerism and fast fashion and, the throwaway culture, that's not really helping us. It might help me because I can, change my wardrobe is probably needed, but it doesn't help us collectively. So we need to think about that.
Yeah, no, I think you're definitely right, and to create this knowledge, you need to obviously include it as a mandatory also option. And we've seen it in France, like last year they had legislation on reducing the environmental impact of tech. I think it's one of the only countries in Europe that has that legislation. And within that legislation they included actually an article on actually including into the curriculum what they call the tech sobriety. So it means basically making sure that your web page or when you eco-design, you take into account the environmental impact that you're gonna have. And this is really, really new. I don't think any other countries have done it so far. And I would say it's super difficult from an EU level perspective to include such an article into law because when education is a national competence, so it would have to be member state by member states. Then the only offer that you can have as a political group is to inform the citizens that this is something that should be the way forward. Also convince the researchers, the schools of this necessity. I think this is becoming a bit more of a topic, but not enough. And it's always difficult as a political group because it has to come from the state itself. I'm quite optimistic that it's going into that direction. Also the fact that, as mentioned, I think the circular economy was a bit of people thought it was a bit of a joke before, like 20 years ago. Now they're taking it seriously because we don't have a choice anyway. And I think the question of skills, not only skills for computer scientists, but skills for people working in manufacturing is more than needed because that's a knowledge that we've never shared before with them. So I think like the upskilling of workers is becoming a topic, but we need more research, more information on how to do it because most politicians are not completely aware of how we can achieve this.
I think if I could just add something, it would be useful to see more sort of complicities, to use your word, between groups like computer scientists and computer engineers and sort of environmental thinkers or philosophers. And we're seeing a bit of that in academia, but I think that could be really useful because new computer technologies are much more influential than any philosophy. But often I think computer engineers can be focused on the technical problems. And so if we can sort of create collaboration between them so that computer engineers are thinking about these sort of broader issues and the social impact, I think that could be really beneficial as well. So education across disciplines in third level and in research, I think, is something that we should really look to further.
Okay. Había otra pregunta. Otras dos.
There were a couple more questions over here.
Is it working? Okay. Yeah, I was thinking if it couldn't be a problem of short-term thinking versus long-term thinking. Let me elaborate a little bit, if I may. It's like you mentioned about how unsustainable it is with our current model. We have to change our cell phone every 2 years, or a computer, or a laptop, and then it goes to the trash. But is it consumer capitalism? Is capitalism the problem? We had appliances that lasted a long time before, and it was still capitalism, right? So it's just industrial practices that have changed. So we have to move towards other industrial practices that take into account all those externalities that are not taken into account now. So companies have to be made to incorporate all those things that are being caused by extraction of materials, the cost of recycling everything, and in the short term you might have profits and expansion for all those electronic companies, but for a long-term view for climate change and for many other things, you need to think of all those things. Isn't that a little bit of the debate there?
For sure. I mean, it's maybe not necessarily capitalism, but it's the current model of consumer capitalism is the problem. Sort of at a deeper philosophical level, you might argue the problem is a perspective that's very much based on allowing autonomous individuals choice and seeing that as the only good. That can produce collective action problems. So we might all do something that's individually rational. So it might be rational for me to change my phone every 2 years or whatever it is. And it might be individually rational for states to pursue certain economic policies. And so we're operating in this sort of liberal individualist framework that makes it very difficult to take into account the common good or anything that's long-term, anything that's beyond the lifespan of the individual. States can do it to a degree, but states are still operating in competition with other states. So now, this is a sort of philosophical debate that goes back to the ancient Greeks, these sort of tensions between individuals and the collective good. But certainly we've lent into individualism, and capitalism emerges from that. So the market is meant to represent the ultimate sort of instantiation of individual choice. You can choose within a market. So I think we do need to move away from that form of capitalism. We do need to think more collectively. And I would see the digital revolution as being something that can facilitate that move away. Because we need to escape this trap of collective irrationality that we're in. But I wouldn't necessarily want to end capitalism now, but we do need to transform it.
One of the examples that we've seen how difficult it is actually to fight this overconsumption approach is in that eco-design regulation. Within the initial proposal, the Commission says that it says basically that manufacturers who have unsold goods can have to basically tell the Commission that they have unsold goods and that they're going to destroy it. But there is no ban on actually destroying unsold goods. And this is completely insane as actually an approach. Why would you not ban something that is not going to be used just because and it's going to be banned by the company? And this is really the approach that we keep seeing within the regulation. We are absolutely afraid to sanction that sort of behavior. And it seems like completely crazy, but it's a reality. Like the only thing that we're asking manufacturers is just to tell the Commission, I have 1 million unsold goods that I'm going to burn. That's it. And then life goes on. And it's really an example of how we actually need people also to pressurize the European Commission, because the European Commission is the only one within the EU institutions to be able to propose a legislation. The Parliament doesn't have that power. That means the initial proposal can be influenced by citizens themselves and by people working into the field that are against that practices. Because alone as a political group, that's quite difficult. So I think we maybe lack a bit of understanding of how the structure, like how we have institutions also protecting those companies to keep the system that they've already worked on, and that's, I think it's outrageous.
Había dos preguntas más, si las podéis hacer conjuntamente y ya que...
A couple more questions to finish this session.
My question was very related to what Coral was saying concerning the education, and I was wondering if there is any kind of proposal, for instance, for the new generations in the schools, for young people, how to make aware of these problems, and because I think they are the consumers of, they are going to be in the next decade. No? So if there is any proposal, if you have any proposal, or what will you do, no, for this kind of education?
Andrés, si quieres, y así hacemos...
Andrés?
The objective of 1.5 degrees is becoming unattainable, according to scientists. The G20 has supported it. We're going to see a support by it in Egypt, in the COP27. From a moral point of view, what would you do? Support that objective, or adapt to a situation where that objective is not reachable anymore? And with this objective not being reachable, the one in 2050 is not reachable either, net zero, no?
But
So the first question, I think for young people, there are different stakeholders who have a role to play. We have obviously the state, as I mentioned, for regulation, but you also have local authorities to make sure that if you have a device that there is a recycling point, which is not the case in every city across Europe. And then you also have obviously the role of different schools to create like a raising awareness campaign on their own, where they just go to school and they explain the issue and promote it more. And then on the question about the 1.5 goal, I think we have to keep to that goal. If we say we want less, obviously people won't see the urgency of the situation. To be honest, we have a choice. We need to think about how we pressure the people, and I think a lot of people have a backup plan, but at the moment, we do want to achieve that goal. And this is why the level of pressure will be kept on that goal, and not, okay, what happens if we all die and we have this amount of time to live, So we need to be radical until the very, very end. If we don't keep that pressure as high, I don't think anything will move, sadly. And obviously, by thinking about that goal, we're also preparing for the future in case we don't achieve that goal. By rethinking the way we consume and the way we need to raise that awareness to people as well. There is a bit of progress since we are talking. We have a COP27. We have people talking about it in news media. However, it seems to be more of a too radical perspective to a lot of people. But
yeah, I kind of agree with what you're saying. In terms of education, I think I can only really talk about the Irish education system. People are becoming better informed. There's part of the curriculum is now focused. It's a bit dispersed across different subjects in the curriculum, but environmental matters are becoming more prominent in the Irish curriculum, certainly in primary school and in aspects of secondary school. I think, again, sort of from my professional point of view, I think it's important to sort of educate any project you're on about these things. So if I'm working with computer engineers ostensibly on privacy issues or something like that, you try and bring these environmental concerns in. Or if you're working on a big EU project academically, you try and say, well, look, you haven't thought about this. So education doesn't only have to happen in the schools. Education can happen via machines. You buy a product, it might tell you about how it's made or the environmental impact. So we need the state to do things, but we don't need to only rely on the state. The state won't won't be the full savior. We can also use private companies to educate us on these things. Regarding the 1.5 degrees, yeah, I mean, I think we need, it's somewhat arbitrary to say 2030 or 2050 anyway, but I do think we need to try and limit it to 1.5 degrees as quickly as possible. We need to act as if that's still achievable, because even if we don't quite achieve it, it'll be better than if we just abandon it altogether. We want to avoid the slippery slope of letting too many of these goals slip. On the other hand, and at the same time, we do need to start adapting for the worst outcomes. It would be irresponsible not to start preparing for some pretty bad outcomes. So I think you need to do both simultaneously. Otherwise, it's irresponsible. Not that that always works as a moral argument to politicians, at least in Ireland, but that's what I think morally we should be doing.
Bueno, vamos a terminar ya.
We're going to wrap up this very interesting conversation.
De tu ponente. También quería decir que con
I'd also like to say that thanks to the digital literacy of citizens, thanks to the digital and technological empowerment that we need in order to grasp these transitions, in the framework of this conference, tomorrow afternoon at Cuna BBVK, there will be a citizen workshop. It's full, I'm afraid. Nobody else can register, but during that workshop, we're going to explain what's behind a click. Each time we click, we need to understand all the elements that are part of the chain. And this workshop has been designed so that in a very simple manner, we acquire that digital or technological literacy that we need in order to make our decisions. We will resume at noon with the next session of the conference. And once again, thank you all for your attention.
Continuamos con la
We're going to resume now with the first roundtable of the conference that's going to be chaired by our colleague Juanjo Alvarez from the Institute for Democratic Governance and chair at the University of the Basque Country. Well, you have the floor, sir. Well, thanks. Okay, we're going to start the second part of the morning. I'd like to briefly contextualize this roundtable that we have titled A Necessary Reflection on Digitization and Ecological Transition. We could have talked about a twofold transition because in both cases we're talking about a transition. We wanted in this roundtable to, give continuity to the philosophical discussion of the keynote session and take this to a second level of analysis where we need to move from words to action. And the idea is to address the skepticism that exists in society when they hear a double narrative, a different narrative for both of these trends that I've mentioned. It's very important that we engage in a conversation that addresses both of these trends jointly. Perhaps with this roundtable, with some practical examples, we can contribute to a change in habits, to a change in behaviors. It's true that both of these trends are highly complex, and the two trends are intertwined, are highly complex. This was very well explained by the regional minister during her presentation. Sometimes it's really hard to identify the paces of transition. It's really difficult to raise awareness among all the stakeholders. We need to, of course, develop a narrative, but what's most important, and then take it to action. We had foreseen 4 speakers for this roundtable. We thought that Maria Jose Sanz from the BC3 and researcher at ICER was going to join us, but she's in Egypt. And the COP27 meeting, she was going to intervene online, but she has been summoned to an interministerial working group meeting at this moment in time in Egypt. Because of this overlap, she cannot participate. The topic that is being addressed there is who foots the bill of this transition, geopolitically, that is. But of course, the geopolitics has an impact on the economy, the environment, and Maria Jose Sanz has asked us to, convey her apologies for not being able to participate. She's there representing BC3. And of course, we miss her today. But her thoughts, her presentation will be uploaded on our website. And today, here in the room, we enjoy the presence of Gemma Galdon not in presence, but online. Gemma Galdon from Ethicas Consulting. Gemma will take the floor third after Leire and Andres. Gemma is a well-known researcher and analyst in public policies. She is an expert in the legal implications of these policies, also the ethical implications of technology. And she reflects on surveillance, the human side of digitization. She's going to be talking about the ethical auditing of algorithms and Gemma will help us build a bridge between the previous keynote and this roundtable. Each speaker will have between 10 and 15 minutes to make his or her presentation, and then we will engage in a dialogue. Andres will take the floor second, Gemma third, and Andres is an analyst, and he is the director of the Observatory of Ideas. He works at the Elcano Institute. He has authored a report on decarbonization for the G20. It's very important that we talk about geopolitics and link it to digitalization, to the European integration. This is very, very necessary, and this is what Andres is going to contribute to. And we will start today's roundtable with Leire Madariaga, Head of Digital Transformation and Entrepreneurship at the Basque Government. And Leire has always worked in the public sphere and in internationalization. Internationalization is very important for companies. She used to be head of external relations, head of society information. She's an economist by trade. And Leire is going to take the floor from the standpoint of, public administration, and is going to try to shed light on these two trends. We're living a moment of radical transformation of our reference frameworks. There's no doubt about this. We have three elements of historical discontinuity. We've had a pandemic. We've had we are in the midst of technological transformation that is having an impact on industrial and labor relations. And we also have a war. Wars have always been historical transformation vector. Well, the context is extremely complex, and that's why we need to think aerobically. This isn't about a sprint, 100-meter race. I want the speakers to address the following answer. What should the pace of this transition be? Sometimes believe that the shortest way or path is the best one, but perhaps some shortcuts won't do the job and can lead to disenchantment and pessimism. And we also need to make sure that we are aligned with the timings of industry, of politics. The industry is facing huge uncertainty, and society tends to look for a scapegoat. And this is the context in which we are all immersed. And hopefully this roundtable can help us in this analysis and can convey a message of hope. Okay, I'm going to give the floor first to Leire, and then Andres, and lastly Gemma online.
Eguerdion guztioi, eskerrik asko.
Good morning. She's saying a few words in Basque. Well, all the issues that Juanjo has just mentioned are something really interesting. And as Juanjo was saying, as a person that represents the administrations and the Basque government, I would like to give you our view of how we're working on digital transformation and to explain how we see digital transformation, what is our situation, and without going into all the detail, what are our objectives. Firstly, who we are and where we stand now. Much of the data you see on the screen is well known. We're a small country. This is our total area, R&D, GDP. But what I like to underline in this slide is to also explain that when we speak about digitization and digital transformation, and I will try to explain the difference I see between both. But as I was saying, I'd like to underline not only how digital transformation can help citizens, society, governments, and businesses, but also to speak about who is helping us. In the Basque Country, we have an ICT sector that is very robust in economic development. We are very interested and concerned, and we want to be close to the industry. There's a robust industry, and here we have some data from Gaia, the cluster, that are really significant. It is a sector with a turnover of almost 6 billion euros, and we have more than 260 members in the cluster, and they invest. This is the investment of the companies of 135 million and generate 20,000 jobs. So when we speak about the why for digital transformation, we need to understand that those working in digital transformation are companies, individuals, and there's also a very important sector in the Basque Country that needs to be reorganized, but that we want to continue giving support to. What is the situation when we look at the indexes of what before was called information society and now is called digital transformation? Well, up till now, we haven't seen any ranking or index. I don't like the term ranking, but anyway, we have no benchmark that reflects well our situation. But you know that we always look towards Europe and the EU has an index, the Digital Economy and Society Index, the DESI, and it is true that the last data is from 2020, because it's an index that takes into account 5 dimensions, and each dimension includes many variables. And this year, the variables have changed. So we will talk about this in the competitiveness report, but this is the data from the last index. In collaboration with Orchestra, what we do is see the index taking into account the Basque Country reality. The last time it was we had this index, the UK was part of the union, and if we were a state, we would be the 7th. We would be in the 7th position, a position that is maintained. When we started, we were 5th, 6th. Now we're down to position 7. But my view is that we are not in the leading countries like Finland, Sweden, and Denmark from the Nordic area, but we would be the part of the second group of countries, and we are 10 points over the European average. And it measures 5 dimensions, as you can see on the screen. And in 4 of these dimensions, we are over the average in the EU, but in use of internet services, we are below the average. In this very interesting discussion that we will have later on, it has a twofold view. On the one hand, we don't use the web and the internet enough, but I believe that after the pandemic, this data will increase not only in the Basque Country, but worldwide. But to see both sides of the coin, sometimes we say that the excessive use of internet also has an effect on local economies, like purchasing on their internet and how it affects the local shops. So sometimes wanting to be or doing good in this indexes is not always the aim. So this is a snapshot that shows us what's the position, which is good, but we need to continue progressing because others are progressing even much faster than us. And going to the strategy, I'm going to try and be very brief and not bore you with all the nitty-gritty details, but up till now, the Basque Country had been fostering digital agendas, that every 5 years we had a new digital agenda that was a reflection exercise that reacted, taking into account the different actions of the institutions, and that set the trends and identified improvement areas. At the end of 2020, when we had to update the digital agenda for 2025, we wanted to become more proactive, so we called it a strategy. And in this document, we not only talk about the trends, but what we believe we should do and where we believe we should get and what we should achieve to be able to face this digital and technological transition. And mainly it's based in this strategic objective, one only objective, that is to accelerate the adoption of technological levers, making the most of the potential of the facilitators, the pathways, and I will go into this later on, and activate the incorporation in application areas. Digital transformation is mainstream and has an impact on many applications, the public administration, industry, SMEs, urban areas, energy, the environment, food industry. So the strategy is reduced into these three axes, these three words. Here we have a very nice drawing, but maybe here you can see it more clearly because sometimes drawings are not that helpful. We have 6 technological levers. We've identified these levers or groups of technologies. We've been working for years in some of them. Others, we started to work with them and they start to be present in the market. We talk about 5G connectivity, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, interoperability, quantum computation, and interoperability of the private and public sector. The private sector has always been working on interoperability, but we want that to happen also in the public sphere. So these are the groups of technologies that we want to offer our companies, our citizens and organizations, of course, without leaving aside others that could exist. These technologies, with the help of facilitators, or with these channels and pathways, and what are these facilitators? Here we speak about digital skills. Technology progresses in a very fast way, faster than we are able to absorb. So it is fundamental that we can understand how digital transformation can help us. R&D, it is fundamental that we continue researching and investing and adapting technologies and bringing together science and making this research something real, and entrepreneurship, public procurement. And so these are the different pathways or of doing so, which has an impact in the application areas. We've identified 14, like health, the justice system, and so on and so forth. And we've have the strategy with 4 action vectors and 18 working lines, which is the way in which we want to accelerate the adaptation of the technology levers. Of course, this is a budget that was developed 2 years ago, because it is we find ourselves in a moment where we don't face any restrictions regarding a budget like in the past. So we have good figures, but what's important is not the figure itself, but the evolution that we want to achieve in digital transformation. And finally, and to end this brief introduction, I would like to highlight the SME sphere. In this 4 years, at least, the government and the administrations are really insisting on providing support to SMEs. So we always speak about the big corporate industries that are driving forces and important for any kind of territory, to have these champion companies that are fighting for the world market, but our economy and our industry is made up of SMEs. And sometimes when we talk to them about digital transformation, climate change, and all these things, is something that is difficult for them. So in the effort to try to explain how our services and our programs can contribute to improve their competitiveness, because at the end of the day, that's the aim, to improve competitiveness in a sustainable manner, then we've established this pathway or this roadmap that explains the steps that the SME needs to give to be able to work on digital transformation. We've shown it like this in this road, and maybe the right thing is to do it in a sequential manner, but it's a very flexible process, and you can each company can adapt it depending on their circumstances. You can go in number 2 or 3, but if we had a logic situation, first of all, we need to assess and reflect. Secondly, it is important that we have digital infrastructures. We've in the pandemic saw how it doesn't make any sense having wonderful computers if you don't have the right connectivity. And we are now moving towards 5G if you don't have cloud services to gather all the information. So having infrastructures and the big devices that help us use technologies is also very important. And thirdly, skills and services, and we have different training programs. Fourthly, encourage the implementation of digital solutions, because if you progress in this roadmap, then you adopt these emerging technologies. Those technologies that, like 5G or quantum computation, where we see that they are going to be disruptive and mean a big change, but that still mean a leap of faith. So adopting these, and finally the transfer of technologies and collaboration, because here in the Basque Country, R&D and everything that has to do with science and technology is fundamental, as well as the collaboration between the technological side of things and market side of things. And we will talk about creating alliances and collaboration, and we also have this kind of initiatives. And I wanted to finish with this image, because all those companies or organizations that believe that digital transformation is something far away for technology experts or organizations or individuals with many resources, that they are able to see that it's something that they can also address. And I finish with this. Thank you.
Zure aurkezpenagatik, Andrés Ortega-Val al estrado también antes.
Now we give the floor to Andrés, and I forgot to mention before, and I will do so while we change speaker. Andrés Ortega is specialized in 3 areas. First of all, he works in the Observatory of Ideas, something as powerful as ideas, which is something that I believe is wonderful. But also, during 2 terms, he had a position where the influencing capacity and the relationship between knowledge and power showed, because he was the director of the studies department of the presidency, which are the ones that work on the foresight to later on anticipate themselves. I don't know if this generates enthusiasm or frustration. I would really like to know what your view is. And of course, his role as an expert analyst, he was also the consultant of the Foreign Affairs Minister in the year 89, if I'm not wrong. So being able to be part of this field when you need both action and reflection, as nowadays, is a really interesting approach. So Andrés, the floor is yours.
No sé si aquí se dice buenas tardes o buenos días.
Good morning. After 12, I don't know if we say good morning or good afternoon. but I only know how to say good morning in Basque, so I will say good morning. Regarding Moncloa, in the first stage, I must say that I asked for the first internet connection to be installed in Moncloa, and it was a big security problem. What year was that? The year 94. Well, I believe the issue we're going to address today is finally part of the private and public agenda, because companies on many occasions have been moving before governments and the public sector. But there's two problems that we need to face, and that is that ones that know from one subject don't know another. This is both for experts and administrations, and we need to break with this, and this has been happening in the last 2 years, where there isn't so much this separation, and this kind of event contributes to this. We need to be not multidisciplinary, but interdisciplinary, which is different. The second problem is the growing role of digitization or ICTs that is not oriented to emission reduction when the underlying efficiency improves. In fact, it's the opposite. Its footprint has continued growing in the last years, even though they were more efficient in the transmission and storing of data. Why? Because the increase in efficiency means more carbon emissions, because this increase in efficiency is compensated with the aim of using more ICTs. That's why the global emissions increase decade after decade, even though we improve in efficiency in all sectors. ICTs and digitization are evolving with high increases in efficiency, but on the other hand, there is a greater impact of the global emissions. Mainly, this is based to the electricity used by digitization, but not only this. Digitization is understood as something innocuous or light, or I would even give the award, a public relations award, to that person that invented the idea of the cloud, as if it was something that doesn't really exist, and we didn't need big processors and data centers that consume electricity and many other things. I believe there is a lack of trustworthy bodies. It is usually said that digitization is the one that consumes 3% of the primary electricity and 7% of electricity for the devices used, with emission of millions of tons of CO2. That's the double of what air transport is. There's many examples, but I would like to mention only one that seems to be innocuous. A selfie could seem something that doesn't mean anything, but if it's in a social network like Instagram, it's an information that is in satellites, networks, waves, and goes through thousands of kilometers until the proximity data center, something that we are concerned about in Spain. This picture could consume same thing as 3 or 4 low consumption light bulbs that are on during 1 hour. I will start with the positive side of things. I believe digitization in its different dimensions is necessary to fight climate change and to manage clean technologies, but without the adequate measures, it worsens the already existing problems and brings about new ones. We have to solve problems, but we create new ones. Without big data and artificial intelligence, we wouldn't have been able to progress enough in the modernization and monetization of the climate change and its causes. Digitization can make that the already existing products are more efficient or substituted as a whole?
Yo creo que las tecnologías
I believe that digital technologies, as the Digital Compass of the EU says, can contribute significantly to the European Green Deal. There are other examples worth mentioning stemming from the pandemic. Telework or remote work, the use of electronic services reduces the consumption of energy and the environmental impact of mobility as well. And I believe that this morning, as discussed this morning, it also has an impact on agriculture, energy, management of buildings, industry. According to Bitkom, the German Employers Association, digitalization can save 1 out of 5 tons of CO2. But if it's not managed well, it can generate more greenhouse gases. Let's mention the negative aspect. Well, those technologies that increase consumption of energy. And I'll start off by data-based AI or machine learning. According to Gartner, in 2025, if there are no sustainable AI practices, it will consume more energy than human workforce, offsetting the gains secured in CO2. At the current pace of growth, the loads of machine learning can increase global energy consumption, according to the CTO of a chip manufacturing company. And this is due to the fact that this is a new field. It's a very exciting one as well, but it's rapidly growing and it has an impact. And we are designing to open up new paths for greater accuracy and capacity. And this means that there is an exponential increase in processing capabilities of data centers. However, as the professionals of AI are more and more aware of their growing energy footprint, we see that there are some new sustainable AI practices cropping up, like specialized software, and we are developing an AI that is no longer based on big data, or more deduction than induction, more causal than correlational in nature. And of course, we have the cryptocurrencies. According to Cambridge University, blockchain of Bitcoin consumes as much energy as imagining that, well, it could be equivalent to a country's consumption of energy, and this is of great concern. For example, at the White House, the blockchain technology is being given more and more applications. It's being used to manufacture meat, to sell gems, to track diamonds. And it's going to be increasingly used with the development of Web 3.0. And then we have the digital currencies of the official bank. And then it's very important that we talk about non-fungible tokens, NFTs, that concept that is so hard to grasp. NFTs also have a significant carbon footprint. In October 2021, as an experiment, The Economist sold an NFT of cover on distributed finance. After a tender or an auction, it was sold for over $400,000. Incredible. The Economist calculated that the impact of its sales in terms of carbon footprint was significant to long distance flights, footprints. And then, of course, we need to mention data centers, small and big, that spend a lot of energy or consume energy for cooling purposes. But it's not just about, expenditure and cooling, but also in water consumption. And Microsoft, they have a data center where they have seen that one of the centers that they have in the Netherlands consumes 5 times the amount of water that they had initially expected, 84 million liters just like a year. And this is something that wasn't mentioned during the launch of the International Alliance to Combat Drought, an initiative launched by Spain and Senegal in the context of COP27. I believe that there are many devices, and that's the other side of the coin, the manufacturing of devices that become obsolete very fast. What should we do with this phenomenon? And of course, we also need to mention the metaverse. Let's imagine what can happen with the purchase of virtual plots of land, virtual homes, virtual clothes. By 2026, 25% of people will spend at least 1 hour per day in the metaverse in order to work, entertain themselves, engage with others. And of course, this problem calls for solutions, institutional solutions or governance. We've been talking about governance this morning. The EU is proposing governance, but I'd like to mention 2 cases that can be enlightening for us. I'm talking about Finland and France. Finland has approved by law the target for climate that is most ambitious. They aim to be the first developed country to reach the zero emissions target by 2025, i.e. to absorb more CO2 than it issues by 2040 as well, another target. And the government has included also electronics, because 7% of energy consumption is associated to electronics. Another 7% stems from households and household entertainment systems. In France, let me mention this other case. They want to have a coordination between the environmental policies and digitalization policies. And they are defining policies to address both trends jointly. The French telecommunications operator has approved the environmental responsibility of digital stakeholders. So both fields are brought together, and the telecom regulator is addressing these implications. This translates into responsibilities. Now, by law, the environmental footprint needs to be reduced, and the users or the purchasers of devices need to understand what the environmental footprint of the devices they are buying is. This is part of training, education, awareness raising, as we were mentioning earlier. It's important for people to know. But of course, there's also a north-south dimension. By 2040, the countries that are not part of the OECD will represent 70% of global energy demand. Will it be green? Digitization, in any case, will be a difficult choice for them. It's advanced in advanced northern economies, but not so in the global south. Of course, the south needs to have access to digitization, but we cannot impose it on them. We need to ensure fair, just energy transition. I believe that digitization, and more specifically connectivity, and there we find many inequalities, needs to be treated as a common good, a global common good, even if it's provided by private companies. We need to make sure that digitization goes hand in hand with decarbonization. This should be part of the global agenda. In COP26, this was addressed, but only on the surface, and G20 that ended some days ago mentions this only superficially without mentioning the need to promote a sustainable digitization. But there's no comment regarding governance whatsoever, nor how this needs to be done and managed, or what new laws need to be enacted. I believe that there are some pros and some cons to what's happening in politics. The impact of the Ukraine war is highly negative. We are basically going back to coal plants, to nuclear energy, to gas. And perhaps the only positive outcome, and of course it's negative because it affects all the economy, is the war on chips, of chips, because less devices are being manufactured, less electronic devices are being manufactured in some countries. But of course also this leads to very important economic problems of a highly interdependent industry globally. Even if the United States wants to revamp its industry locally. I believe that we need to align both of these transitions. And for this to happen, we need to broaden the ethical scope of both of these transitions. And we need to broaden also the humanistic approach we are insisting on. Because humanism, we are not discussing humanism. Or rather, instead of talking about humanism, we should talk about the human-centered approach. It's very important that we revisit our idea of humanism and believe or understand that the human being is not the only center of things and should behave with a more holistic view of the planet. Furthermore, it's very important that we learn from Eastern philosophies that have a great deal to teach us: Confucianism, Buddhism, Hinduism, and we need to reconsider our way of consuming, our consumerism. Gregory Cleis, in his latest book, Utopia for a Dying Planet, Life After Consumerism, says, before the environmental collapse of planet Earth, it's clear that technological innovation on its own will not save our planet. We need a more radical approach that entails profound changes in individual and political behaviors. And let's take a look at those demonstrations. For example, activists and museums that are destroying works of art, are proposing a new kind of violence, environmental violence. And what's happening is outrageous. And there's a novel that comes to my mind about eco-terrorism that is mind-blowing. And I believe that there are 4 issues that we need to address. First, how can technology help us combat climate change? Second, what kind of technologies should we use, clean or not? Or fusion is our, illusion or hope looming there far in the horizon? Do we need AI that consumes less power? That's something that we need to reflect on. And we also need governance, local governance, national governments, regional and global governance. The statements on ethics proliferate in the EU. We tend to talk about rights. And also in Spain, we have the Declaration of Digital Rights. But there few is done regarding governance. And I believe that we need to focus on this topic with great depth. And it's, of course, essential to promote public-private collaboration or partnership. Because here, companies, have gained ground, even in the military sphere.
Tendremos ocasión de dialogar ahora porque hay muchos aspectos muy interesantes. Todo eso con...
How interesting. Thanks. And multilateralism is in crisis. We tend to talk about co-governance, but it's really redundant because governance is the government of what's complex. Gemma, I believe that Andres has just mentioned something that you're very much aware of. He was talking about trustworthy ethics, and I believe that trust is essential in the public and the private sphere. And Andres has talked about citizenship. I believe that as citizens, we have fallen prey to technology. Technology is a tool of digitalization. And I don't know if we need to bring them up to par. For me, it's like the relationship between physics and math. With no good technology, there will be no digitization, or no good digitization. But we, citizens, are sometimes blinded by technology, but we tend to sideline some ethical values. And it's very important that we insist on education, cybersecurity, social services, health assistance, education. We need to move from the traditional dimension, analog world, to the digital world without sidelining values from the discussion. Now we're going to give the floor to Gemma, who's going to offer us the applied ethics approach. Thanks for joining us.
Pues muchísimas gracias por la invitación. Es un placer.
Thanks for inviting me to participate, and I'm really sorry I can't be there with you all in Bilbao. I feel really jealous because, first of all, for me it's 7 a.m. in New York. But I'm very pleased to be able to at least participate and see you through the screen. I fully agree with what you were saying, Juanjo. I believe that, yes, we are fascinated by everything that is technological, and sometimes it hasn't allowed us to make the best decisions. In ethics, we say we want to protect our processes and the environment, because this is something that is not being done. And digitization and technology is causing damages in people and the environment, and this is not being taken into account. And our reflection comes from the applied ethics that you've mentioned. What we mostly do and what we're global leaders in is in algorithmic audit, seeing how we can see biases or unequal impact on different groups, because we're observing a problem in how algorithms replicate the discrimination of women, but also of the non-white people with disabilities, and the elders or the very young, those that are not considered normal by the algorithm, are excluded from the systems. This is something that can be addressed, but no one had addressed before. And with ecology and the environmental impact, the same thing is happening. Since the 70s, we know that digitization has a price, and the price is the increase in processing capacity. We're talking about AI, and technology is so evident and so common, and it's part of so many conversations because for 60 years we've been increasing our processing capacity. Increasing processing capacity has a cost, the cost of consumption of resources. We wouldn't have mobile phones able to do this before we had computers that took up a whole room. If we wouldn't have the increase in processing capacity that brings us to miniaturization, and for these devices being present in many more places and having the capacity of having data of what everyone is doing at all times. So at the core of the technology nowadays, we have this increase in processing that has a clear impact on consumption. And as algorithmic auditors, what surprised us and has been surprising us, and we've been working on this for 10 years on the social, ethical, and legal impact of technology. When we talk about environmental issues to a public institution or companies, where they are asked about the number of light bulbs that they have, for example, or where they are located, but not their processing capacities. We've not been paying attention to this issue, and we are providing or giving awards to companies or organizations for mitigating a specific type of electric or water consumption, but we don't take into account that maybe they are saving in traditional systems but have a very significant impact with new data processing or where, depending on where their servers are and the models that they use. Andres already gave us some clues of what this costs would be. There are organizations that say the cost of artificial intelligence and the technology industry is specifically for communications in a 3% of global emissions, which would mean that the world of new technologies has environmentally the same impact as the air industry, and this is a relevant problem, but still we haven't agreed on how to measure this impact. There's not a study that says this is the final study on the impact of these systems or processes on the environment, because no one is promoting a standard to be able to measure the impact of these technologies on our environment. But we have different indicators or thresholds. We know what consumes more or less. And with this, we can at least start to work. And since a year, we've had a project on the pollution of data. And something relevant is that this year, and we hope this is something that we can publish in January. This is being a very difficult year to generate a discussion. All the discussion regarding technology and the environment is oriented to promote more technology that theoretically will help us address the problems of climate change without taking into account the impact of these same technologies for that same problem that they want to solve. The Guardian, the English newspaper, published a year ago article saying that all these thank you emails that we send, if all the British people stopped sending one thank you email every day, this would be around 8,000, the same impact as 80,000 flights between Madrid and London. So we are creating a synthetic image, an image in which we are bringing the system to a certain level of abstraction. We are not only compiling images, but the neuronal process brings us to a level of abstraction. And to generate this, we need a lot of data processing. So a synthetic image of a dog or a cat, one only image, consumes the same as 4 a family with 4 members in a month in the US. So we need to start and reflect on what we're doing in digitizing and artificial intelligence, if they are sustainable and if we really want them taking into account the environmental impact. As well as we're saying, we don't want these cars on the road, even though they work and they provide value. There are cars that take you from one place to the other at the wish for speed and allows us to transport tons. But still, we have decided that they shouldn't be on the roads when they affect the environment. So the emergency is to reflect on what are those technologies that we shouldn't have because of this environmental impact, and work, as it was mentioned before, on those issues that have to do with the metaverse, the Web3, the crypto world, those systems that are based on a hyper-intensive use of data. Let's not forget that having a virtual currency requires a level of computation that is really high. And this means that the processes and the transfer of data from one place to the other is very relevant, but that also the management, when they are not moving in these data centers, is very high, not only regarding electricity, but also resources. So we are observing a repositioning of data centers, trying to find spaces where energy is accessible and cheaper. This means that there is a competition, and this has, of course, exploded because of Ukraine, but we had already observed the movements of one place to another, because as Andres was saying, the cloud is not more than someone else's computer or a computer in a data center. So we observe how there's a reorganization of these data centers, and the energy consumed is having an impact on the capacity of other industries of developing. So if all the energy that we have goes to these data centers, we won't have energy or power for other sectors. So this is a really emergent discussion, and we believe that when you audit a system, you should also have an assessment of its environmental impact, and also look into the mitigation measures that have been put in place. Because sometimes we reach the conclusion that there are data processes that don't benefit society. When do we incorporate this element? But in other cases, what we want to demand is the incorporation of mitigation systems, and that the servers are in the same country, in the same city, even in the same neighborhood, or at least in the same continent as where the data processing takes place, which seems to be something obvious and addresses many issues like that of the technology sovereignty, as they are doing in Europe and in many other regions. So there are many technological discussions that have to do with all of this chain of impacts. In our project on the pollution, we see how we can generate a European discussion that will allow us to reach an agreement of how we estimate that environmental impact. And once we agree on the methodology, it doesn't have to be perfect, just good enough, and good enough to be able to generate a standard. And once we agree on how to assess, we have to see what we want to record, because it has a social impact, what we should have taxes added to it. And as we're working with facial recognition and looking into the social impact in Europe, I think very soon we will also talk about those applications that shouldn't be used because of the environmental impact. Of course, this is a discussion that should have started back in the 60s, so we get there 60 years late. So now my obsession is to shorten the time that we need to address these negative impacts, because progress is wonderful, but there's always a negative impact. Historically, human systems and democracies have existed to mitigate those negative impacts and to protect individuals and create those trust and responsibility processes. There was a time when people were vaccinated without doing the clinical trials, but this was addressed to be able to protect people. At some point in time, you were able to purchase cocaine in a drugstore, but now you can't because there's a control process, and specifically in the medical sector. Or another example, cars didn't have safety belts nor speed limits, but this was developed to protect people and to be able to achieve an innovation that could be scalable. If it doesn't have a positive impact, it shouldn't grow. So I always say that we now work on the safety belts of artificial intelligence, which are those parts that will allow us to offset its environmental impact. I believe this should be discussed, and we should identify the aspects that are not allowing us to discuss this and to work on the obstacles, have solutions, have a proactive attitude from policymakers working on these elements that will help us as individuals. And I will be very pleased to participate in the roundtable. So I stop here so that we can have some time to speak in the discussion. Thank you. Thanks, Juanjo, for giving me the opportunity of participating.
Muchísimas gracias. Bueno, la huella de carbono de un vuelo.
Thank you. The footprint of a flight is something that we didn't spend, even though, unfortunately, we didn't have the pleasure of having you with us. It is very difficult and also easy to find a connection between the three presentations. Correct me, but I understand that digital transition is an attempt to change the economic and social model, and the ecological transition has its origin in saving the planet. So I believe there's two different elements. Of course, they are developing at different speeds, the public and private sector and the different vectors. And moreover, and that is the question, are they progressing at the same level? I'm going to give you a specific example. In Ermua, in the border between Vizcaya and Gipuzkoa, close by, there is a company that is a hidden champion. They make parts for diesel engines for all the manufacturers in the world. And in 8, 10, 15, 20 years, I don't know when we will decide to stop working in this manner, they will disappear, even though they're a big company. So what do they need to do? Because they've introduced digitization to be more competitive in the diesel engine, but they cannot have two production lines, one for the future that they don't know what it really will be, and they have 500 workers. And if you lead that company and a consulting company comes, you explain everything, and they say the first thing to be sustainable is not to disappear as a company and to have time for the transition. Secondly, to have a clear deadlines to know what I need to invest on and when. And thirdly, the next generation funds and how they were distributed or not. So how is governance and decision making not really taking into account realities like this example, even maybe it wasn't the best example, but a real example of a company that wants to do things well, that is working in an extraordinary manner, but that knows that they will end up not selling what they manufacture, but they don't have the possibility of also doing things differently to be more sustainable with the future model. So how do we make a reality of everything we are saying? I don't know if I've made things even more complex. Well, regarding economic development, well, first of all, I want to clarify that when I say I'm in favor of something, it doesn't mean that I'm against the opposite idea, because sometimes we live in a world of maximalism, and I wanted to clarify that. Regarding your example, or from a public perspective, what do we try to do with businesses or models that we know will have an end? We are a very industrial area, more than a 24%, but we are speaking about industries with no chimneys, not those industries that we were very proud of 40 years ago, because things have really changed and progressed. What do we try to contribute, and how do we support businesses and industry? Well, we try to provide support through transformation, sometimes through digitization, but sometimes it can be through innovation or other paths, so that any organization is able to anticipate or foresee, because things are changing so fast that any organization has to be aware of what is happening and testing if their value proposal is going to be accepted in the market. So it is true, and in this case, in this example, the company has already detected their disappearance. Other organizations are not even aware of this. They don't know this is going to happen. So I would like to transmit a positive message. This kind of transitions are possible. And I agree with many of the things that Gemma said. And I understand also her position of insisting on what she was insisting on. But I believe it was yesterday or the day before yesterday where I read an article by Braulio Gomez that surprised me. He said that in the Basque Country in the year 2012 or 2013, the climate issue was only something that 1% of Basques took or considered to be one of their priorities, and now we've grown up to a 12%. 12%. So let's also look at the context. And of course, digitization that has its clear negative effects is something that we need some time, so that we are aware of how sometimes this is impossible, and to be able to manage what is happening, because also as society and citizens, we're also responsible for how we move forward. But we need to be realists, and we need to be aware of needs and the change capacity that we have. And that's my first comment.
Andrés.
Thank you, Andrés. Anything you'd like to say, sir? Yes, I was thinking about Samsung. It started as a bakery. And believe it or not, and the owner was able to, foresee the future. And with the support of the Korean government, and with the support of chip factory, well, he ended up, making a strategic decision. This was a decision made by a Chinese that worked for Intel, and before that, we need to have a strategic vision. That's why I just shared that piece of information. We need to have a mid and long-term vision, and I believe that this is something that we're missing here. Spain is lacking public capabilities. Even we've seen this when managing European funds, Next Gens, and I believe that the European recovery plan is a good plan to rebuild the future. But let's compare Spain with France. France has a sovereign fund. Germany has a sovereign fund as well. England, and we don't. We don't have a sovereign fund. we have the so-called SEPI, which is different to a sovereign fund, and their sovereign funds are investing in deep tech, which is the future. And of course, the environmental dimension needs to be brought on board. And we need to make sure that we work both on digitization and the fight against climate change jointly, as we were saying. But we're also missing what the Americans have. Internet and mobile phones were not created by Steve Jobs, but Data, a company from the Pentagon that created the internet, created the tactile or touch screen. They created the GPS. It was a company of the Pentagon. And we, Europeans, I believe, need to mobilize and revamp public-private partnerships in order not to lose the pace and to have a long-term vision. We are losing this race. Thank you. In our country and in the Basque country, we've shown resilience, i.e. the ability to adapt to what's coming. But, of course, people that are willing to, define new projects always need a certain degree of certainty. But when pessimism looms in the horizon, it's hard, right? And Gemma, I don't know if the American society, you know them better than us. And we've just seen your cat, by the way. Yeah, that's what happens when you take the floor remotely from home. Lady was also mentioning the social perception. We live in a time in which we say that we are fighting climate change, but we are not action. We're not driving change. We fall short. And considering it's true that our society has been a very, very innovative society, but not here. Well, I'm here because it makes sense to work where I live when you work in innovation. And Europe has been able to adopt legislation, but the practical discussion is here, where I am in the United States. Europe has paved a way that it hasn't traveled. And who's traveling the road? Who's promoting sensible digitization? Well, here in the United States, there is an awakening here. It's true that we are awakening to the impacts of digitization. In the United States, they tend to be much more pragmatic. Here we have big companies implementing change, investing to do better, more sustainable and responsible innovation. And we need to understand the impacts in order to mitigate negative impacts. And there's something I always mentioned. And when talking about the Basque country, it makes more sense. And parliaments are strategic anticipation spaces. Daniel Innerarity tends to say so. Strategic anticipation spaces. And I believe that politics has the duty of being a space for strategic anticipation. And this is a problem that is destroying the planet. We're seeing the social impact of AI on vulnerable groups, women, non-white, older adults, younger people. Sometimes we see that technological developments have a detrimental impact on some groups, and that's when politics needs to, jump in. And the parliament is the space for strategic anticipation. Well, a great amount of digitization serves no purpose. Andres was talking about the need to have a strategic vision. I completely agree. And we need to understand technology. I've worked with municipalities, small municipalities that have 40 apps for their population with a very, very small level of use. And you know, they spend money on creating them, maintaining them. We have many defunct websites paid with public funds that have served no purpose because they weren't aligned to the business model. But since digitization seems to be the response, we create a constant problem and we put in resources to solve a problem that perhaps doesn't exist. But since we have the solution, we apply it. And let me mention the amount of money that has been injected into blockchain. I don't know if it'll serve a purpose in the future, but right now we don't have any case use of blockchain. We have for 7 years invested billions in blockchain. Some years ago, this happened with smart cities. Well, smart cities, through technologies, had to improve the quality of life, the happiness of the city dwellers, and a planet that was being more and more urban. And the great contribution of technology in smart cities has been the management of waste. And this is very positive, but the promise was much more ambitious. Well, we didn't have to spend so much money just to manage waste better. So politics and companies need to understand what digitalization makes sense. Let's make sure that we put our money where it makes sense. Let's not force all sectors to go digital without, clear purpose, because this leads to some dynamics that are socially negative or environmentally negative. We need to understand better how these systems work, the impact of these systems, and let's promote purposeful digitization. And we in Europe are enamored by this idea of Silicon Valley. We are convinced that data are the gold of the 21st century. But for me, the most usual practical metaphor to talk about data is data as toxic waste, like nuclear waste. It can be very valuable, but we need to treat this waste very, very carefully. And we are not treating data with the care it deserves, because it has terrible both social and environmental impacts. And honestly, the strategy shouldn't be to be digital, but understand what technology works, what digitization makes sense, and let's not, invest, millions and millions in technologies that do not provide value and that are detrimental to the planet.
Bueno, solo un apunte, Gemma. A mí desde la política sí me importa la ciudadanía.
Well, I really care about and I'm concerned about citizens. And talking about politics and public powers and companies acting without even citizens being duly aware. That can be a bit dangerous, what you were mentioning. As Juanjo was saying, we need to try to govern. We need to try to, align the paces. We need to incentivize. We need to raise awareness. We need to disseminate. I agree with you on the fact that we need to develop digital skills. We are unaware of the possibilities or of the real actual application of technologies and digitization. But it's true that it's really trial and error here. We cannot, put our foot on it too much. But of course, we need to strike a balance when doing this trial error. And I believe that we need to weave alliances and partnerships between the company world, public powers, and citizens. Because if not, we are heading towards other kinds of models. And you were mentioning the huge complexity at the moment, the pandemic, the institutional credibility crisis at governments that is leading to populist movement, and I believe it's very important to bring together all these factors. When we say that democracy is in crisis, not because it's a democracy. Of course, China is not the role model for efficiency. Well, politics has been designed for a world that does not exist. In this context of complexity, it's easier to, launch a very ambitious idea than a realistic one. We're almost in overtime. We need to wrap up this session, and the discussions have been extremely interesting. And now the time has come to give the floor of the participants in the audience. Should you wish to make any comments, ask questions, now is the time.
No sé si como antes, sí, es por aquí. Eskerrik asko. Gemma, tú.
Gemma, are you hearing us? Do you follow us? Gemma, can you hear me? Yes, very well. Well, I was listening to what you were saying. It's very interesting to listen to different perspectives. Perspective of politicians, private companies. And Gemma really believes in what she says. And aside from what you've already mentioned, what can we do to address greenwashing? Because, yes, we're talking about innovation, of companies doing very innovative stuff. But I've been, examining what companies do. Some companies, say that they're really green, but when you scratch on the surface, well, they're not really doing much for, sustainability and in government terms. Well, sometimes, I understand that policies are hard to implement, and you cannot, cut the internet connection to citizens that are consuming too much. So I really wonder, from a political standpoint, how much room for maneuver do we have? I'm talking in terms of public administration, not in terms of political parties. And from the company world, Gemma specifically, based on your experience, how can we control greenwashing and we make sure that, they walk the talk? Excellent question. You allow me to address something that I had missed out on. Incentives to do things well. One of the problems of not thinking strategically on digitization is to allow for these initiatives that on the paper are very green, but not in reality. Since we don't have specific incentives for those that do things well, quantifiable incentives, well, it's all about opinions. You're a good company with a good social impact. If you, as a leader, for example, Mark Zuckerberg has good intentions, but Facebook, in terms of social impact, has many challenges to face. Apple talks about privacy because it has all the data and because it ensures that it protects its market share by insisting on privacy. In environmental terms, the same approach applies. So there's a responsibility of politics. How are we going to measure these companies? We've been discussing this with politicians both in Europe and in the United States. We've been talking about the algorithmic perspectives that comes from the medical world. It's a document that allows you to understand the main features of an algorithm and needs to include some environmental footprint indications. This initiative will be taken to Europe in December. The idea is to have an algo score, an algorithmic score, so that when you go and purchase a washing machine, you can know what the energy efficiency is. A++. You perhaps don't know about the engineering of a washer, but you have that label based on standards. And what's important is that we create standards. In the field of AI and algorithms, we need standards. Standards that allow us to have a mechanism in place that is easily understood by users. We need to make sure that the environmental commitments of companies are not just commitments on a piece of paper, on a press brief. we need to make sure that those companies are walking the talk. Through the creation of standards, consumers will be better informed, and through this, we are creating incentives for companies to do things well. Without this virtuous circle, we have a scenario of charlatans, of people that, you know, are just focusing on having flashy, you know, statements, but are not walking the talk, as I was saying. So in terms of digitalization and environmental impact, the time of words is over, or should be over. In reality, the planet is calling for action, and those actions need to be subject to standards and need to be measured. Well, I believe we cannot leave the room without mentioning the 2030 agenda, because greenwashing, you know, is something that is often linked to the agenda. I'm an advocate of this agenda. Those of you that know me are aware of this. When the agenda was made public in 2015, for me, one of the key assets of the agenda is introducing the companies and the company world in this ecosystem. Well, the environmental clause was introduced in Rio, and the 2030 agenda brings companies on board, engages them in this discussion, and all the targets, all the commitments, and how we contribute to sustainable development introduces the business variable and the equation. This is very positive, and it's interesting that all the different stakeholders sit around the same table and share their different standpoints. I'm sure that we will not meet the targets that we have set ourselves to meet by 2030, but there will be 2050, 2070. I have seen, however, in the business world, not across all companies, but I have seen that the business world in general has welcomed positively the 2030 agenda, at least in the Basque Country, because it was a tool for companies to demonstrate that they can also contribute to a sustainable world, that they're contributing to equality between men and women workers, and they're contributing to the fight against climate change. Of course, we have problems of greenwashing, but what I have seen myself is that in most of the cases in the companies of the Basque Country, many of which are very, very committed to society, companies that want to survive, that want to continue, you know, being up and kicking. And for them, the 2030 agenda is a way of demonstrating how they are contributing to this agenda. I agree with what Gemma was saying. We are lacking metrics and standards. And perhaps this hasn't permeated enough, but what I see is that more and more big corporations, when they need to defend their actions vis-a-vis their shareholders, are backing their arguments on sustainability data and criteria. And it's just not, you know, something that looks attractive on the paper. And I believe that it's not just about profit making for many companies. There's a change in culture, and the sustainability criteria are becoming more important for the shareholders or the owners of companies.
Just a couple of things. There is a center, the Cambridge Center for Alternative Finances, that is trying to measure the environmental impact of this alternative finance. And that's what they use blockchain for. Many are using this. And I believe this model, which is independent, should be first European, well, with the UK, and then go beyond that. I believe there's a problem regarding measuring and assessing, as we have all said. And secondly, as you were saying, businesses have started to speak about reducing environmental impact. I mean, digital businesses, of course, with tricks, as I mentioned before, with the use of water in data centers. But it has been the companies, the ones that have pushed or nudged the government to start to legislate on this 3 years ago, when we talked about the ethics of all of this, and no one mentioned the environmental impact. So it's something quite recent. And I also gave 2 examples that I believe we need to study and are useful, and those are the examples of France and Finland. It has to be regulated. I know that Europe is #1 in regulation, but they have to do more things beyond regulating, and they need to have a regulation and that will have a global impact. So to conclude, and I would like to say that BBK, Kuna, and Governance is fostering this project here in Vizcaya and in the Basque government. And now we are doing the field work trying to create those reference parameters. And the Basque plan on human rights also takes into account this analysis parameter. So it's not only a company that wants to go to a third country and goes against fundamental rights, but also the governance of the company has to be aware of this. The key is not to have just a PR, but we want to just really define where we want to be at as a company, and not only what we want to show others, because it is in this situation that people in politics should make decision, because they're, and this is difficult because even today in COP27 we are speaking about an interstate and intergovernmental vision. So ecological challenges as well as others are part of each state, and in this way it's impossible. Maybe you might reach a consensus in an ambiguous document, but if we continue to be anchored in this way of working, it will be complex.
A las 4 tenemos, yo creo.
We will continue at 4, and I believe linking this with decarbonization and speaking about specific realities is something that can be helpful to live between skepticism and hope. I hope we're able to do that, but now we will have a lunch break and see you all back at 4. Thank you.
Gracias, Irma.
Tengo aquí vuestras... Bueno, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're now going to introduce the second roundtable of this Green Digital Conference. This session is titled Digitization and Best Practices in Decarbonization. We want to reflect on today's subject matter, which is how to align the digital transition with the ecological and energy transition. And we want to shed light on best practices in this convergence or alignment. And to this end, we enjoy the presence of 4 experts. I'm very grateful to them for their participation. I'm going to introduce them, and then they will take the floor to present, and lastly we will engage in a conversation. Jorge Posada, industrial engineer trained in Colombia with a PhD from Germany, going to take the floor first. He works at Vicomtech, a center that develops visual interaction technologies, communications, AI applied to satisfy the needs of companies and institutions. This center is located in Guipúzcoa in San Sebastian. I was lucky to visit it some weeks ago. It's quite impressive, really, what they do there. And Jorge was telling me that they're going to set up a center, a small office here in Bilbao as well. Thanks for accepting the invitation. After him, we're going to listen to Arantxa Oyarguren, tenured professor at the University of Valencia. She leads the European Experiment for Particle Science, and she works at an institute that is shared between the University of Valencia and the CSIC. She has founded the CONCA Network on Computing Challenges. She's a member of the advisory board Artemisa, one of those physical farms with many computers connected. I myself was lucky to visit this facility some time ago. Also quite impressive. Arantxa is part of the executive committee of the Artificial Intelligence Hub of the CSIC. Third, we're going to give the floor to Fernando Valladares, who holds a PhD in biology. While we have a majority of representatives of the CSIC, I myself work at the center as well, this research center. It's been because of agenda reasons, but we have very different backgrounds. Fernando is a researcher and associate professor at the Rey Juan Carlos University in Madrid. He is well known thanks to his studies on biodiversity, the impact of climate change. He has received several awards, Jaume I for the protection of the environment, and an award that praises environmental communication. And he loves flying kites and mountaineering. And Euskadi, the Basque place, is a perfect place to do both things. To go trekking and to fly a kite. Santiago Alvarez is the last speaker. He works at the Bioethics and Health Center, TEBES. And he's also a collaborator of the CSIC. And his research revolves around the legal protection of the environment, and he has worked in the field of law, environmental law, and thanks to all of you. And now I'm going to give the floor to Jorge. Thanks very much, Chechu. Thanks to the participants in the audience for joining us today. Thanks to governance, of course, for the invite. And as I was telling Chechu some weeks ago, we had the chance to meet at Vicomtech. I believe that it's very important that the technology world and the philosophical world well, engage in conversations, discuss, share ideas, exchange ideas in order to address key challenges together, like the digital transition or the sustainability and ecological transition. I was, started to think about what I was going to say here today, and I thought I'll prepare some slides. The typical engineer presentation, everything very well structured. But then I told myself at some point, no, it's very important that I speak off the cuff freely. And we don't have an audience of 100 people here. So please don't participate in the Q&A session. This is a small venue. And this is all about talking, finding points in common, identify challenges that we want to address together from the point of view of law, science, the environment, energy. And my brief presentation is going to, be based on 4 specific examples. We could spend the whole day talking about digitization and decarbonization, but I wanted to select 4 examples to set the scene. I'm the Technologies and Scientific Director of an applied research center that identifies technologies that are stemming from the world of research in order to solve practical, real, actual problems that industries and companies face. I build that bridge. We do research and also application, applied research. And we have the responsibility, of course, of understanding that some challenges are not only technological in nature. We're at the very origin of the solution. So we are at a moment in time in which these systems, these products are being developed. Those products and systems that will be the products and systems of the future that will be used in the companies, the society. And I have selected 4 cases, 4 examples. First case is a very beautiful one because it weaves many of the different problems that we are discussing here today. And there are 2 key trends in the field of automation. On the one hand, we have the electric vehicle. Yes, we all say that electric cars are going to play a role in decarbonization. We so hope. It is not without caveats, and some people believe that the electric vehicle is the solution to all problems, and that's not the case. It also has an environmental impact when it comes to producing batteries or in recycling batteries, for example. But that's the key trend, the electric vehicle. The second trend is the connected vehicle. We have the electric trend and the electric vehicle and the connected vehicle. These are 2 key trends in the field of mobility and automation, and will be determining in the future. And these are very much linked to decarbonization. When we talk about electric, we are decarbonizing because we're not relying on fossil fuel. But of course, we need to look into the entire car production chain. And the second part, and related to the first part, is the key. We are a very digital center. Perhaps you're biased. But just electrifying a vehicle in itself is not enough to provide an adequate solution to decarbonization. The decarbonization that is required in the world of mobility, electrifying, well, of course, at an technology level helps us. It's good, it's positive, it's great to have electricity and not resort to fossil fuels, but it's not enough, it's just a means. With the digital dimension that offers us connectiveness, we need to make the most of this new ability of powering vehicles in order to generate new mobility models. And here, for example, today, we're talking about cooperative mobility, connected and autonomous mobility, and the key lies there. We need to think about the end. What end do we want to reach? Do we want an autonomous, connected, shared mobility? Yes. And this can be done through electric vehicles that are connected and help us reconsider mobility. That's the first key takeaway for you. This is a very specific case. Then I'll refer to another case related to the industrial sector. There needs to be a transformation that leverages on the digital dimension. Transformation is the name and digital is the adjective. Transformation means that I have a series of nodes. I have an ecosystem in which stakeholders interact. And I need to change the dynamics in order to pursue better goals. And this is a paradigm for me. Cooperative, autonomous, and connected mobility. Let me give you an example. There's a study by Catapult in the United Kingdom. It's a very important organization that promotes technological changes in industry and in society. There was this report that said that, let's imagine that we have autonomous cars or electric cars. What mobility models can we have, and what are their impacts on decarbonization? This is a beautiful study, by the way. Check it out. I can give you the details later. They work with 4 hypotheses, 3 of which have negative decarbonization impact. Of the 4 possible hypotheses to develop this, in 3 of them, the end impact is negative. In one of the cases, the impact is positive, meaning more electrified, more decarbonized. Why is it positive, this hypothesis? Because it enhances the cooperative nature of mobility. We're talking about public mobility, much more aware of the real demand, adapted to actual demand. And this changes the paradigm of individual cars that used to be gas-fueled and is now electric. Maybe these are cars that are connected, and that, make us reconsider the way we view mobility. Of course, there's technology, there is decarbonization, there's digitization, but also a transformation. We have the opportunity of thinking about this decarbonization. Hopefully we can reach the adequate conclusion. I'm Colombian, and in Colombia, traffic in Bogota and Medellin, regardless of whether you have an autonomous or electric car, you need to cope with terrible traffic and traffic jams. That's why we need to rethink the end goal. The transformation doesn't only need to be technological and digital. We need to change the way we organize ourselves and think about the goal we are pursuing. That's one first case. Second case is the industrial case. Many of the people in the audience, and most of you have probably heard this term of Industry 4.0, i.e. how connectivity, how AI can generate new paradigms in the productive world that make machines and people interact in a much more intelligent way, much more connected way, so that we can reach this concept of smart factory. There is a very important revolution underway. And of course, there's much room for improvement in terms of efficiency, of introducing people in productive systems, etc. But there is a lesson that, backs what I said earlier, which is as follows. 2 weeks ago, or 1 week ago, rather, the most important fair of machine tools in Japan took place, and a colleague from Tecnalia went to the machine tool fair, and he said something that I found very interesting. He told me yesterday that Okuma, I don't know if it rings a bell, Okuma is the main supplier of the control machines, and they had a stand that was huge in the fair, and they were presented innovations in their equipment, innovations also in the process, innovations in AI systems, and each of the demonstrators of the fair of this company, 60 demonstrators, each of them had a file or log that said CO2 footprint. So this that I'm doing, what CO2 footprint does it have? And you may think, well, it's not that obvious. If I want this component to move in this or that speed, what's the CO2 footprint? The good thing is that they're asking themselves about the footprint of each action of their equipment. If I want to measure this and I want to decarbonize, I need to measure first. I need to quantify. I need to measure in order to be able to design solutions. In the world of safety and security, for example, everybody in the world of software talks about security by design. You need to consider security during the design stage. And in other fields, it's very important that we think about sustainability by design. How do I introduce the variable of decarbonization in what I do in the industrial world? It's a very interesting takeaway as well. So, digitization, transformation, both of them are present. In order to transform, first you need to ask yourself, what questions do I need to ask myself in order to offer the necessary solutions? And they're asking themselves, this that I'm doing, what impact does it have vis-a-vis the major challenge of decarbonization? If you don't ask yourself this question, well, you're not going to make this exercise. I wanted to share with you that anecdote. And the third topic that I'd like to share with you, and these are potential issues for discussion. The third topic that I'd like to raise is related to something that we've all lived. Fortunately, I couldn't join you this morning. It's probably been mentioned. But the pandemic hit us, and we were obliged to undergo a transformation in many fields of our life, a social transformation, a transformation in the world of work, education, and we understood that we already had digital skills, we already had video conference tools. This hasn't been invented during the pandemic. Let me give you a practical example. This existed, but we hadn't yet transformed the paradigms, how we behave vis-a-vis the way we work, the way we train ourselves, and as a result, we had to start thinking of what we had at hand, what we could use from the technological standpoint, and what new technologies had to be developed. The lessons learned are very positive. Video conferencing tools are great. Another lesson is that this is just one first step. Video conference is not the end of the journey. Why are we here today? Why am I here with Checho, with Arantxa? We're here today. Why? Well, because we don't have the level of immersion that technology could provide us with, so that we feel comfortable, integrated at all levels, so that I feel present, in the same manner as if I were physically present. And this is something that we can achieve with technology. I'm convinced that we can. If we invest sufficiently, we can reach those levels of immersion. And yes, lately we talk about metaverse. It's true that major multinationals like Meta and Facebook, are part of the hype or contribute to the hype. But I truly believe that we have the ability to create that feeling of immersion in order to be able to meet in a more immersed manner. And this would have a huge impact on decarbonization because you're reducing mobility requirements in a drastic, radical fashion. Nowadays, the serious business or deal is closed when a general manager or managing director goes to Frankfurt, meets the director of the company that provides him with spare parts and reach an agreement. A trip is required. Before we had the telephone, it could have been done through a telephone. Telephones are great, are immersive, but video conference takes us yet to another level. We need to ask ourselves the adequate questions, and I believe that it's possible to develop those immersive environments that will help us, reduce mobility to the bare minimum, to what's necessary, because a great deal of the mobility that we have isn't necessary. But of course, if we want to do this, we need to develop technology further. And those are the three initial messages I wanted to share. And the fourth message has to do with processing, what Arantxa does, the major data processing centers, so that we understand the flip of the coin. If we want to do AI, if we want to do massive processing of big data, of course, this doesn't come without an energy cost. And this has an impact on sustainability and on decarbonization. These are key questions that we need to strike a balance with. I mean, technology can be an enabler, but it could also have a negative impact on sustainability. Okay, that's it on my side. Those are the key messages that I'd like to share. Thank you.
La verdad es que has planteado ya cuestiones.
Well, you've mentioned some topics that are very interesting that have been discussed this morning. This morning we were mentioning how important it is to measure, to quantify. It's very important to measure the environmental impact of technology. And what we mentioned earlier is that we lacked clear measurements in order to be able to ask ourselves the necessary questions. That's the rule of philosophy. We don't have answers, but we always ask questions. We need to ask ourselves the right questions so that then we can find the solutions jointly, collaboratively. Thanks very much indeed for that. We will continue with the conversation later on. Arantxa? Yes, I have brought some slides. Can I first react to my colleague? Well, you can react if you wish. As regards quantifying, I completely agree with you. I believe it's super important, and this will help us understand whether things are positive or negative. Without figures, I can't say that. I need the evidence. And as regards the last or the third, let's talk later on about that, because I'm not as convinced as you are.
Pero me voy a venir aquí. ¿Funciona? Sí. Vale. Bueno, yo me llamo Arantxa Oianguren.
Hello, my name is Arantxa, and I am part of the Physics Institute in Valencia, and I am member of IHUB CSIC, like Tetu. Thank you for inviting me and for allowing me to be part of such an interesting discussion. I wanted to first of all understand my working framework and also explain what is the IHUB. The CSIC is the Council for Scientific Research, and we are working on artificial intelligence. That is one of our challenges for 2030. So we want to see how we can live a life with smart technologies in an ethical manner and bring all of these elements together. As you know, artificial intelligence is part of the global research strategy in Europe and beyond. A great amount of money is invested in artificial intelligence, and we try to understand and identify excellence in our country on artificial intelligence and our experience, and more than 100 researchers participated in the creation of what we call the white paper. It's here, and you can have a look at it if you're interested.
Pues la idea era un poco eso, sumar conocimientos.
So we wanted to work with the knowledge of the different researchers and institute and look into multidisciplinarity to be able to provide a response to SDGs. The decision was to consolidate a collaboration scientific network on artificial intelligence with an organized structure and with scientific leadership. And the objectives were to provide a response to the questions and challenges in the white paper, also to attract a young talent, have support to research and management of knowledge in artificial intelligence. Also working with companies, it's important to also bear in mind the ethical side of things for artificial intelligence and to disseminate all of this in society. That's our background. This is the executive committee that is diverse and numerous, with people working in different scientific fields. And as a part of AHUB, there is a challenge that is developed in the white paper, and it's the sustainable hardware, low consumption sustainable hardware for artificial intelligence. These are sensors, processors with high-speed algorithm and low consumption in their application in artificial intelligence. So we see how we can obtain this kind of hardware based on these technologies. The groups and organizations that are in CSIC and also others that are outside are also working on similar things, but in the CSIC, we have people working on microelectronics, data science applications, and fundamental research. So this is something that was mentioned this morning. One of the main challenges is to reduce energy consumption, and also something very important, to increase the operational speed of processors. I'm sure you've seen this type of graphs before, and if we continue with this trend, data centers and networks will continue growing and have more energy consumption. The different groups involved in this challenge develop processing units that are simple and parallel with a dynamic communication. We also work on asynchronous operations and in the development of different elements. We work, for example, also on the research of new materials that can also contribute. We have real-time analysis, and we try and find new applications. So it's very diverse. The scientific applications are so broad, and I'm just going to give you a few examples. For example, I work in the treatment and analysis of huge amounts of data, something that we find in the whole scientific scope nowadays, because we've created detectors and sensors that are fantastic and allow us to receive data, but we also need to do something with this data. I work at the Nuclear Physics Center, and we have this particles that are studied and are detected by sensors that have the size of this room, more or less. So you can imagine the million of channels that we have. We analyze 40 terabytes per second. I don't know if you understand what that is, but that's around what Google, Instagram, and WhatsApp transmit in 1 second. So it's really impressive. So to be able to process all of this science for physics, but as I said before, we need these huge data centers, which mean consumption. If we're able to develop this low consumption hardware, this will contribute to sustainability and even more in the future, because technology improves, our detectors are becoming better and better, but we still have to analyze all the data collected. And beyond this low consumption hardware that we are developing, we also have many other industrial applications that everything that has to do with autonomous vehicles, drones, robots. This hardware is ideal when you have difficult access, and the less we consume and the less material that we use, the better. We also have monitoring systems, control systems. So it's present in many fields. It's so mainstream that it's something present almost everywhere. Our team wants to work on the green and digital transition with the use of this hardware. So what would be great is to go from conventional computing, just the CPUs, to little by little be able to work with parallel computing, and even be able to reach neuromorphic computing systems that consume much less than the artificial systems. And that was everything, just to give you a framework. Thank you.
Gracias, Arantxa, por presentarnos además el esfuerzo de
Thank you, Arantxa. Thank you for making the effort from research to generate a low consumption hardware, because here we face this paradox that we mentioned this morning. We are more and more efficient, but as there's an increasing use, we are still causing a problem. So that is the situation. As the systems are more efficient, and that raises the question that Jorge mentioned this morning or before about transformation and how we incorporate new technologies with sustainable hardware in a framework that really makes them efficient to be able to reduce emissions at the end of the day. Fernando, you have the floor now. First of all, thank you for inviting me. This morning's session was a pleasure, but I need to acknowledge something. It was incredible to see how we would agree, because sometimes I come to these forums with the wish of being wrong and learning where I am wrong. But up till now, I'm doing things okay, and you will see why, and I'm more in charge of the environmental side of things. I wanted to speak about 3 concepts. I also wanted to tell you a short story and end with a couple of comments and insights. The first concept is the what for how, because once again we are working on how, and we don't reflect on what for. Another concept I wanted for us to reflect on is the concept of transition. We have a whole ministry of green transition and all those many concepts that are linked to digital transition. We're always speaking about transition. And there's more evidence or articles that say that these transitions are not going to be orderly. Transition is linked to order, but we are going to have many disruptive changes as we are observing. We can have collapses, crises, demonstrations, geopolitical problems. So we start to see something that our mind doesn't wish for. And our mind, both individual and collective, is very good not to address what it doesn't wish for. And this is linked to the what and how. And the third concept I wanted for us to reflect on, and then you can link it to the history, and we will speak about this later on, is will and motivation. What is going to make us change? Why are we going to change? Are we going to change because we're being altruistic, ethic? Arantxa spoke about the ethic view. We've talked about legal frameworks this morning too. Why are we going to change? If we cannot find a good reason to do so, we won't be doing so. And up till now, we haven't found a good reason. And let me tell you this short story now. A couple of days ago, as you know, the baby 8 billion was born. I don't know if I should welcome them, because most of half of the population is sad or ill. So technology has allowed us for many extraordinary things. There's so many of us because there are lower children mortality rate, or life expectancy rate is longer, and this is all very positive. But in parallel to these achievements, we've for example, ended with some of the cycles, like the carbon cycle, when we've been producing now with fossil fuels, and in a few hours we're able to free carbon that has been transformed during millions of years. So we've accelerated this side of things to be able to have that power because of the population. We've also done everything to be able to eat. Now we make a hydrogen fertilizer, and we're not using it adequately, and we've been able to produce many vegetables. We produce double the food, and we waste 1/3. So where is that 20% going? Well, it generates diabetes and obesity. It's the first time in the history of a biologic species where lack is linked to obesity. This had never happened before in the story of human beings, because a pizza is cheaper than broccoli. Then they have access to this, and they have diabetes and sugar problems. And we live in a world in which we're so really focused on what can be done that we never think about maybe we shouldn't be doing this. Europe, that is very small and only has a 10% of the world population, on its own, with its environmental footprint, you go over 5 of the main green limits in the world. As we are aware of this because we are focusing on climate change, but climate change doesn't happen on its own. The biodiversity crisis is considered to be worse than that of the climate change, but as it's not something that we see directly in our daily life, we don't see that there are not so many plans and so on, then we are not aware now. But now we have these summits that are making us be aware. And even though we're a bit late on this, we are aware of how these species are fundamental to be alive, even though some of them are still extinct. And they're very important to be healthy and happy. And let's not forget also polluting, because the concept of environmental footprint is very interesting. We're not only talking about limitation of resources, but also the way in which we manage our waste. We need time, and we need water, and you need specific things to be able to eliminate that waste. And we produce waste at such a great amount that by May the Earth cannot absorb it. So what happens between May and December is that all of this stays, and this is something that is happening and that has been normalized. Now the atmosphere doesn't have a good smell, and the summers last 5 to 6 months. But to limit all of this, we say we need to decarbonize economy. Okay. We have an economy that has boosted many of these things, so let's stop it. We cannot stop everything because no one has the courage to do so, but let's stop a part of this economy through decarbonization. And this morning in Wikipedia, I was trying to find a summary of decarbonization, and there's a long list of things that you can do. And I read about this in Wikipedia. And when you go to that list, you reach the conclusion that these are just small solutions. They do solve problems, but they don't solve the core of the problem. So the first main solutions, circular economy, they don't exist like Santa. It's a very good idea, but this means that the consumption time of is a bit longer, and we have more time. It's like a basketball game where we get an extra few minutes to see if we can change the result. But let's not call it circular economy really, because it doesn't really exist. Then we have energy efficiency, and you've talked about this big paradox. We increase efficiency. We did so with carbon more than a century ago, and what we observe then is that this is just a temporary parenthesis in which you do things with a smaller footprint. But if you speak with the industrial sector, they say you can do more with less. No, the issue is not doing more. That's what we haven't understood. We don't have to do more. We have to do less with less and less with less. But we haven't understood that. So energy efficiency. Third solution, electrification. You know much more than I do about this, and it's not bad. But electricity also has different environmental problems. And then, of course, we also have other small things that can help us in our daily lives to feel that we are in the right path. But one thing is being in the right path, and the other thing is not going beyond the first step. We have a wonderful agenda, the Agenda 2030, that is beautiful. And why is it beautiful? Because it's based on human rights, and human rights for humankind are very valuable. But have we really progressed in these 7 years? Because we have a few more, almost nothing, and I'm not the one to say it. You can see this when we look at the compliance of SDGs. Between 0 and 0.1%, even some are giving steps back. And scientists provide solutions, because we can have less people in poverty just by providing technology, not generating new technology, but by providing it to them. We've also observed this with the vaccine. We've seen that we were not interested in everyone being vaccinated, and what we wanted was to make money with it, this shot. But at the end of the day, this was an economic issue. If we would have wanted to stop the disease, I don't know if we would have achieved it, but we would have done things in a different way and providing technology to others. And that's when we have to face that the technology is the how, the way in which we do things. And humanity should ask itself about what. Because technological solutions are always sexy and attractive, we forget solutions based on people and nature that are more resilient and efficient. But as they've never been in trend, we continue pushing a technology that sets the rhythm. So technology is something we can support ourselves on to be able to move forward. But now it's like a horse that is pulling your cart and going at a speed that you didn't want and going places you didn't want to go to. There are also other important problems with technology. One of them is that we create stories, and we believe that green or blue hydrogen, or that fusion nuclear energy is going to be controlled. So we make up stories with things that we really do not control. And as I said before, we don't share the knowledge that we have, because then developing countries wouldn't have to go through the highly polluting stage. So we continue having technology, trying to get to more technology that we never are able to get to. This reminds me of how you always set the objective further and further away with different kinds of hydrogen, for example, and we never get there. And also there is a trend when talking about digital technology that we always think that it's something good that doesn't leave a footprint. There has been a report published regarding the footprint in digital transition, and the Europe that has already gone beyond the planet limits on its own, has as a limit, as a threshold, to not go over the 1.5 degrees, which is the agreement in the Paris Agreement. It's committed at 40% of its emissions with digital technology. Almost half of what we can emit is going to be spent in digital technology.
And what about eating and sleeping? Another important issue that we need to address when we talk about digital technology is a concept that we call the technosphere. The Institute of Resilience of Stockholm has calculated that should we distribute uniformly the technosphere in the Earth's surface, we would have a weight of 50 kilograms per square meters. 50 kilograms per square meters of technosphere, and 70 to 80% of the technosphere is irrelevant for human functions. It's unnecessary for the development of civilization. So we are occupying a whole deal of space. We are compromising many emissions for a technology that, I mean, it's very good. And I, as a scientist, I'm always fascinated by seeing, like, you know, even photocopying machines in action. But one thing is being fascinating, and another thing is placing many of your resources, or 40% of your potential emissions, in technology. So I've addressed the what, the how. I've addressed superficially a concept, which is that of priority, what comes first. I've talked about how technology and economy, helps us, overtakes us and doesn't allow us to make decisions. We have allowed this to happen. There is also an issue of priorities. We've gone beyond the planet limits. We know that we are against the ropes, but the COP27 climate summit in Egypt doesn't make progress because nobody's really interested in changing things. Yes, perhaps, why not reduce 10% the emissions here? But the bean counting doesn't work. The match is about to come to an end, and transition will not exist. So it will be more and more disorderly. So even though this may seem a bit radical, the only scenario is to ungrow. And degrowth is going to happen, and the only option that we have is to plan it, anticipate it, decide where we want to grow or we want to ungrow. We need to assume a certain state of crisis, but nobody has accepted this. This summer, 5,000 Spaniards have died. Climate change hasn't been assimilated. We haven't assimilated the concept of limits. We haven't assimilated the environmental crisis. And I understand this because emotionally this isn't easy. It's a pill that is very hard to swallow. Having people die because of climate change, this is hard to grasp. Well, we can understand that someone's anxious because, a relative has passed away, but not because of climate change. And as we don't understand these things, we develop, many things that perhaps in the future, contribute to a new society, new ways of doing. But that's the future, and the future doesn't exist. In the past, neither. What we have is a present where we have thousands of people dying because of climate change. The 16 war conflicts ongoing now generate less than 200,000 deaths, very violent deaths that worry us a lot. Climate change creates 2 orders of magnitude more than war conflicts, and we don't even, attach half of the concern. It does receive attention in the media coverage, but not a real concern in order to change the priorities. I'm talking about human rights priorities, those human rights that inspire the 2030 agenda. We're not really paying much attention to them, honestly. They're there, the human rights, to use them, to exercise them, to put them in action. They're not going to rule and walk on their own. Not because you sign Agenda 2030 will it be put in action. So the question that we need to rethink is, what will be our motivation to change? The fear, to, hit ourselves directly or hit a wall directly because we're not going to meet the targets. Psychologists say that human beings are able to assume it all. I agree. And some scientific results say that we need to tell people what happens, but we can do so in different ways. So perhaps some fear can play a role in decisions, but many people before fear say carpe diem. And perhaps another aspect of the motivation to change can be that the party is no longer fun. We thought that we had been invited to a party where we were going to have great fun, but the truth is that the party isn't being fun. And I'm saying this in literal terms because mental disorders are hitting humanity. We now have statistics here in Spain, and mental disorders come to show that people aren't happy. We are many, but we are neither too healthy, neither too happy. So that's the thought I'd like to share with you. Technology, where do we want to place it? It needs to be at our service, but in order for it to be at our service, we need to focus on the what and not the how. I know that when we're in our labs, we are fascinated about the how, and we need to develop practical solutions. But this needs to be rethought to self-limit ourselves. Technology without a self-limit is basically shooting yourself in your foot. Who's going to propose this self-limitation of Homo sapiens? Are we going to stop going to Mars? Are we going to stop doing things that we're capable of doing? That's the open question. But if we don't stop doing those things, we will reach a point at which we're not able to do so because of physical limits, not technology limits. I'll leave it here.
Bueno, Fernando, has planteado un montón de cosas. Supongo que luego habrá tiempo para el...
Well, I hope we have time for the debate, because the question is, what role should technology play in our lives? And depending on what role we associate to technology, well, of course, perhaps technology can or cannot contribute to SDGs. This is extensively discussed, and it has obvious economic implications. You mentioned degrowth. And another theme for economists that needs to be put on the table. Microphone, please. I'm afraid the speaker isn't using the mic, one of them. Santiago, come on, kick it off. Take it away. Thank you. Thanks for the invite. What an honor. I was listening to my colleagues. I'm a law professor. I was listening to the morning presentations as well. The legal framework law is a good indicator of many of the issues that we're addressing. And we tend to forget that the Treaty on Climate Change was, signed back in 1992 in the Rio de Janeiro summit. In the 90s already, we thought that through market mechanisms, the market to exchange emission rights, the ETS, and through Kyoto, we thought that we wouldn't need regulatory mechanisms to make this happen, to meet the goals. And I like to reflect on the role of the state when it comes to defining that what, or selecting technologies depending on the end that we pursue. What's the role of technology? Is it more a subsidiary role as regards the private sector that could provide us with all these solutions? That ideological discussion is reflected in the legal framework in a paradoxical fashion. We often say that's for nothing. The Biodiversity Convention was also signed in Rio de Janeiro. We were aware of the problem with biodiversity back then in 1992. And before Stockholm, the limits of growth, the Meadows report was published. So there's a wealth of literature. There's a wealth of science that has told us for a long time that this that is happening now was going to happen. And law had already reflected this. We shouldn't do this, we need to change that, we need to refocus. But it's not actually done or accomplished in practice. So once again, where your law professor had or researchers had in order to detect the lack of efficacy of the legal norm in order to ensure the objectives of fight against climate change, mitigation, adaptation, preservation of biodiversity. And you realize that law mediates, but it's super conditioned at the end of the day. And right now, in present times, to try to shed some hope, we have a case law. Internationally, we have some judges that are doing a very, very progressive interpretation. They're going beyond a formal, close interpretation. This points towards an evolution of law, more Anglo-Saxon approach as compared to the European formalist approach to law, that talks about the need of ensuring some objectives being met. For example, the rights of future generations. There are some judges out there, sometimes with the evidence of written norms, that are saying If you're not able to contain emissions, you're putting at stake the rights of future generations, and therefore you are infringing the right to life, to health, constitutional rights. The German Constitutional Court, for example, does a very progressive interpretation and announce a series of rules because these do not sufficiently protect the emissions, because they violate the rights of future generations. So we need to rethink this, and legal mechanisms or pathways or avenues can help us, can assist us in this journey as we navigate this global crisis. But it's not easy. It's no easy task. You're talking about planetary limits. And how do we introduce those limits in the legislation? If science tells you that if you continue along this path, you will reach the point of no return. After that, catastrophic changes will occur, and a new situation of instability will arise later, where the elements will reach a new order, but not in conditions that are would sustain human life. What should we do? Reach a global treaty whereby all states reach an agreement. It's a bit unreal. It's not realistic. This leads us to the the discussion of politics versus law. At a geostrategic level, globally, we're not living a good moment in time in order to propose a global pact or covenant, whereas all countries would agree to respect the limits in a binding fashion and would be willing to control their own activities regarding minerals, extraction, agriculture, transportation. In this war context, and this has blown our minds a bit, and then we've hit by the pandemic. Of course, the 2008 economic crisis also made us feel very, very unsafe. Made us question the stability of the legal framework. These are not the circumstances for social consensus. This macro vision could, be a bit draining for all of us. Look, and however, bring about solutions. Let's use data in order to meet public interest goals, to protect the environment, for example. We've been mentioning green infrastructures with green intelligent planning, with sensors, mapping, and to define ecological corridors. And this kind of mapping and plotting will help us effectively preserve the territory. In Vizcaya, for example, it's a good place in the sense that we have many good examples of things being done correctly and using technology to further, a very important cause. Let's try to, meet our goals even in a limited fashion, in order to, charge ourselves with that dose of optimism that we need in an overall context that is really pessimistic. You were mentioning sustainable mobility and digitization technologies, are miles ahead of law and public power. They have, rocked the foundations of the regulatory frameworks of municipalities, city councils. We've seen how Uber, and other platforms have, completely messed up the market. These are based on the platforms they leverage on digital platforms in order to align supply and demand. What's the role of public law that defends the general interests? What's the role of the public administration? Well, the public administration is very poorly positioned to put some order in this mess. we've seen that companies with technologies have a huge disruptive power. So honestly, I believe that the time has come to revisit the public power as something that should defend the general interest, and we need to reinforce the public mechanisms, not only regulatory but also planning related, and also intervention mechanisms and sanctioning mechanisms, and go back to revisit that idea of the environmental welfare state or social welfare state that can sustain the market and mobilities in order to ensure the common good, in order to promote sustainable mobility. And of course, we cannot exclude public-private partnerships nor the private company world. But there needs to be someone taking the lead. There needs to be someone defining why, for what. We're going to use new technologies, what we will be able to accomplish, and these are public ends or objectives. So, in short, my main message to you is that law is an indicator of this social conflictivity in some cases. This can help us feel a bit, frustrated. I mean, if it's been approved in a treaty, a century ago, well, nothing will happen. The Paris Treaty, why was it approved? The Paris Treaty was like the counter offer to the Kyoto market-based system. Well, the Paris Agreement aimed to recover the role of states, but at what price? All the signatories of the Paris Treaty can not abide by the treaty and not be punished because those commitments are voluntary commitments, not mandatory. The price was high. If we still believe in law as mandatory, as something that could prescribe something as mandatory, and in case of non-compliance, sanctions will be imposed. This system doesn't work, and that's why we had to resort to annual commitments, to the voluntary nature. The world has changed a great deal. Of course, the states, wanna try to convey the idea of, complying. Perhaps we need to go back to sanctions. I believe that we need to ensure the mandatory nature of these commitments, because following the voluntary track isn't working. And there's a part of law that refers to that trend. And then, of course, we need to regulate mobility, and there's a lot that can be done at a local level. We need to bring down to the local level the planetary limits. And the public administration has a role to play, more participatory, closer to the citizen role. This needs to be reinforced, this engagement of citizens. Perhaps hope can be found there. Perhaps the future is there. On the one hand, we need the state to be the public power, but it needs to be supported by population, because one of the problems of law is that there is no population requesting the enforcement of law. Sometimes politicians, between abiding by the law or not, if society through their votes isn't, expressing a clear idea in favor of this, well, perhaps politician would think, okay, well, I'm not going to make this mandatory. So society needs to be more aware, needs to be more empowered at a local level, making the politicians or administrations accountable. And I believe that locally we need to convey a message of hope that something can be done, because if this is not the case, we fall into despair and inactivity, idleness. And let's try to do something about it.
And the public powers and the demanding citizenship, concerned citizenship, should have mechanisms, and technology could be one helpful element. That was my reflection.
Ahora os doy la palabra para comentar. La verdad es que
Now I give you the floor, but I will go back to what Santiago just said, how law can be a facilitator to do something. Because this is another problem that Fernando also mentioned. Falling in despair is just a nihilist idea. And we also need to see what's happening in our local areas, because that's the sphere where as citizens we might feel the need to introduce changes and to commit ourselves. Maybe this is overwhelming at a global scale, but at a smaller scale we are able to commit. And as you've mentioned in your presentations, to see how technology can help, but first reflecting on what is the common good and the general interest, something that we need to ask ourselves.
porque
I remember that, Fernando, I heard you a few months back in San Sebastian, and this was the key issue, how to overcome despair, because you might have the feeling that you're confronting windmills, and to believe that there's nothing to be done anymore. But research and scientific and technological research can be contributing elements when they are oriented to specific aims. I focus on philosophy, and we fundamentally ask about the aims, the objectives, and this is something we need to ask ourselves as society when we speak about energy or digital transition. We have to ask ourselves, what do we want to achieve to be able to set in place the means to do so? And not be in the situation in which we are now, sometimes in an unconscious and irrational manner, because we haven't reflected beforehand. I don't know if you have any questions or comments amongst you, or if not, we will open the floor to the audience and continue with our conversation. I can see a thing right now. Okay, now that's better. Are there any questions or comments?
creo que había algún micrófono por ahí.
I believe there was a microphone. Please use the microphone. Comments over here, and a comment in the back, I believe, or a question. Four very stimulating presentations, and it was lucky we had four, because this morning there was 2, 3, but 4 means you have a very broad vision of things. The first one, I was like, okay, there's hope, that's so interesting. And I've learned many things, because I come from the field of political sciences, and you've talked about the things we can do with technology. The second one, I didn't understand a word. The third, yes, that's how things are. So I really agree with what you've said. You're a realist. Yes, that's how we are. And the fourth, well, to do a master's in public management, I thought that was really interesting, because it shows the different roles of the public institutions, and that was a bit what it reminded me of. So yes, we're not happy.
Razones tendríamos que tener para...
But we, with everything we had, we should be happy. So I'm going to study political sciences. I am motivated by the independence of the Basque Country, and things that we're told we have to fight for the paths of our people going in one direction. And of course, there are bigger problems or more global problems. So we're the how is this linked to my small objective? Everything is multilateral, everyone speaks, but no one is there for everyone. So what do I invest my time in as a thinker or as a activist? I'm part of a generation in which I have relationships with many people in Europe and in Spain, people with different ideologies, the Basque conflict. Of course, I go back to my own motivations.
Si se va a acabar todo esto.
But at the end of the day, if we're just getting to the apocalypse, what are we fighting for? At the same time, we have Amazon and all those other things, lots of cultures. So we live in a world, and I don't know when we got here. It's like we didn't realize that Netflix, when I was in Erasmus a few years back, Netflix didn't exist, and I came back and everyone was using it. So things just happen. My 7-year-old cousin already has a tablet. I would use a VHS video in my time. I'm sorry, I just mentioned many things in no order. Well, Arantxa, maybe you want to explain yourself. Yes. What we try to do, and I understand that you know what a processor is. You understand what a computer is. You have chips in your mobile phone and they consume energy. If you need to analyze a great amount of data, like in physics, to try and understand what's happened with the pandemic, or to analyze all the images of lungs, or in my case of particles, you need many machines, computers with processors that consume a high amount of energy, and indirectly this energy, depending on where it comes from, if it comes from a clean energy, that would be perfect, but if not, it has its own footprint at a CO2 level. So what is our aim? If we can make these chips and processors to consume much less than the conventional ones, the ones that are used by Google or Amazon or the big data centers, then we will help to this digital footprint. I don't know if I've explained myself now. Fernando? Well, I've really understood what you were saying, and of course the way in which you were speaking was not orderly, because transition is not going to be something ordinary. You were just giving brushstrokes of what is happening, because understanding what is happening and where we're going to is not easy, and we won't have an orderly image. But the situation, or what this sentence you said of this is going to end, well, it's inevitable. Most species have already extinguished and are extinct, but we seem to do it as fast as possible. Homo erectus lived more than us, so we're supposed to be really smart, but we seem to be focusing on extinguishing our species. In my personal and emotional work, I try to make more possible what is not very possible. Scientists speak about scenarios that can be more optimistic or less. The situation of 1.5 degrees is not going to be achieved, so we go on to 2 degrees, which is the next step, and there are others that go on to 3 degrees. That is what most scientists believe on. 3 degrees is very high, but there are also scenarios of 8 more degrees, and this is not very possible as the situation of 1.5 degrees. So it's in us to decide how fast we go towards the extinction of our species. This will happen, but are we going to allow the demographic regulation of our species to be carried out by viruses and bacteria? Well, they are the main new illness in humanity, And this could be a situation that virus and bacteria control our species demographically. But do we need them to control us with all the knowledge that we have? And not only demographics, also life quality. Let's define this quality of life and let's work to achieve it. I forgot to speak more about friendship at the end of my presentation, because I always like to speak about friendship, values, and optimism. But after lunch, you don't always have all the energy you need, or you forget about it. And I forgot about it in this occasion. But one of the issues that could be important for humanity is changing the definition of success. Success is linked to growth, and we know that growth has limits. And we've known this for 50 years. It's nothing new. When I was 7 years old, there was a lady, Janela, that had already said this. So having a definition of success that is not possible is masochist. Why don't we define success as something that would be possible, like happiness? Maybe it's very pedantic, but it's a subjective welfare. There's around half a dozen countries that already use this index of subjective welfare, because we know that the GDP doesn't speak about welfare. But these, we can see are variables that are very different, because when there's a fire, GDP grows, and we might understand that a fire is something negative. GDP is for economists, but not an indicator of development, happiness, and progress of society. And when we talk about GDP, we also speak about other financial indexes. This was said by these old legends that we cannot eat money and so on and so forth. But we're starting to realize this. And in fact, we can say this, and it doesn't provide happiness. But you you work for the Basque Country, and you will finish doing things for the world. We need people that are motivated, that find an aim, and that this objective is compatible with others. We don't need a world governor. And as you were saying, in this geopolitical situation, believing that we're going to have agreements and regulations is difficult. But the world is full of good people, and this can be demonstrated. And human beings are social and not social, that I will explain later on. And this allows us to do things in our benefit. But to do this, we need to stop and ask ourselves about what. And this is one of the things I wanted to insist on today. There was another question over here. I wanted to thank the speakers. It has all been very interesting, and I fully agree with one of your main messages, which is that we need to pay more attention at why we do things and not how. As a scientist, I've on many occasions focused on the how instead of the what. But I wanted to add a nuance to this. And that is that sometimes in the limit between the what and the how is blurred, the difference between them, because the how provides an answer to the what. Sometimes researching things that could not be very applicable, we could provide an answer to questions that apparently were not related at all. So I just wanted to add this, and I would like to know your view on this. Can we define the use of what is considered to be a useless science that could give answers, like machine learning that has been mentioned and is one of these fields that brings us to ask ourselves this question, because the environmental footprint seems to be high, but it could be the opportunity to provide answers to things like particles physics and so on and so forth, and things that have to do with the energy. Thank you so much for your comment. I believe we've had interesting views on this reflection on the how and the what. I believe, and this is my personal view, that there is an unstoppable trend in modern society that maybe in other times of human history wasn't so clear. But I don't believe we can stop it, and that is technological progress per se, which is in the trend of our DNA as a humankind. We've gotten here through different paths. We are not the Greeks nor the medievals. We are a modern society in which technological progress is an undeniable paradigm, and denying it won't have any positive consequence. What we need to do is to make it a how that depends on the what. But I'm fully convinced that we're not going to stop it. This virus in society and in human of having better technologies everywhere in biotechnology, ICT, materials, this is unstoppable. We're not going to say to society, stop researching so-and-so, or electricity, or batteries, or instead of them lasting one day, for them to last for 1 month. There will be people that will be working on this and will be motivated, and this is what they will want to do in the morning as people, organizations, because we want this and we want this technological capacities. The issue here is the what. What are we doing this for? So my message is, let's make technology a part of our moving forward, because there's no other way of doing things. There's different political regimes or different ways of shaping society. You can go to Russia, China, the US, or even Africa. And they all recognize that technological progress is one of the keys for the future somehow. This can be linked to this disorderly financial growth that could be negative in many occasions, that doesn't really take into account sustainability or what this means for resources, and it's one way of progressing, and there can be others, but always technology will have a key role, and digital technology even know, so that we can achieve those what's. I have no doubt. Let's see how we align ourselves so that the technology that will continue to develop will bring us to where we want to get.
Había otra pregunta por ahí. ¿Quién tiene el micrófono? Porque...
There was one other question. Could I add something to this? Yes. Well, I believe basic research is fundamental. If not, we wouldn't have electricity, and everyone agrees on this being something good. Sometimes we don't know what research will provide in the future, so we will continue working. And I do believe in technological progress, because it provides positive things to society too. I believe that the quantification of looking into what is good and bad and regulation will allow us to see what can be or can't. But I believe in progress, and I believe progress will be good for society, and we have to make it so. Well, before the next question, I would like to say that research and technology are part of a human curiosity, as you were saying, Jorge.
But in order to ask ourselves on the what, we need to stop. We live at a very hectic pace, too fast. We were talking earlier about useless technologies. Curiosity is inherent to human beings, to their nature, and this has to do with scientific and technical research. But it's true that we live at a very hectic pace, and we don't ask ourselves the what. We don't inquire on the what in order to introduce this in the design of technologies. Sometimes when I talk with technology experts, I understand, or I believe that we excessively believe or trust in technology being able to solve all the problems. And technology could be indispensable to solve problems, but first we need to ask ourselves the question. This needs to happen since the onset, and one of the problems of our time is this accelerated pace that doesn't allow us to stop and think like we're trying to do today and tomorrow. In order to stop, think, reflect openly and live in person, and not through a screen or through virtual screens, the pace is too high. And sometimes they introduce technology instruments in our life that haven't been sufficiently thought of from the standpoint of environmental sustainability or social impact. It is this accelerated pace that is being a problem. Sometimes we say that law, lags behind, but sometimes we need that slowness to think things over, to mature. And associated to that fast growth, well, who's pushing? Who runs the show? Well, a trivial economy of 2 times 2 equals 4. It's not a sophisticated economy. The new economists, 10 years ago, I knew nothing about economy. Now, bitless. But the ones I read are different. Some economists at economic school are still teaching the Kuthner environmental curve. And that's not met. It's still being taught at uni. Those economists are outdated, but their economy is still prevailing, is still pushing. And so you're running behind, but nobody's asking him or herself, where are we heading to? They're pushing us to make money, but how are we going to make money with health, with food, with energy? First, we need to make sure that these are secured. There's no sin to make money, but the order of factors affects the product. If your goal is to grow the economy, well, things will be done in one way. But let's stop and think. Let's not just do things because there's money. Next generation funds. Did someone ask youngsters their permission to mortgage them? And aside from mortgaging them with money that they have never, been asked about, we're spending this money on what? And doing new, sidewalks. Some environmentally detrimental actions are being funded by the European Green Deal in the next gen because that's what the town council people knew how to do. We're spending some money that isn't even ours. So we're, moving at a very high pace, and we are, on board of a vessel, unmanned, navigating stormy waters, no skipper there. Honestly, the boat is going crazy. Where are we heading to? There's a question in the room before we wrap up, because we're in overtime.
Very interesting. I'd love to talk to you all about those topics. I suppose just on your ship metaphor there and the navigation, I think we might be navigating. I think we're just using a map that was maybe developed 500 years ago, so it's maybe not the best map to use. Exactly. But I suppose I have a more general question. There's a lot of talk about motivation and getting the will to do these things and to get people to do these things. Maybe this is more for you, Fernando, but what do you think of the idea of using technology to nudge people or force people to act in a greener way? I mean, if we accept that people aren't, the species isn't a wholly rational species and individuals aren't wholly rational, and we are behaving in a way that might mean that we go extinct pretty quickly, but we have technologies that could influence people's motivations, do you think we should do this? Perhaps we could use, technologies to persuade people to travel less, eat less meat, have less children. We could reduce the population in that way. I think we might be heading in this way, and we're looking at it where I work. I'm just curious to know what you guys would think about that.
I don't know if we should, but
Bueno, ya lo estamos haciendo, no sé si deberíamos, pero estamos
Using the knowledge on human psychology to induce false or needs that are not real, and then you are pushing people in some directions and some others. We are already doing it, and perhaps if we are doing it, we can orient in a way that is more sustainable with the limits of the planet, or with things that allows the new generations to have or inherit a better world, or things like that. But one thing is the ethical, and the other is the recognition of that we are actually doing this.
For me, this is manipulation, and I'm against, and I would like that it is regulated and it is not happening. Even if it is with good consequences. I think we can educate the people to do it, but not manipulate them.
Es una pregunta un poco tramposa.
It's a tricky philosopher's question because one of the debates in applied ethics is to the possibilities of improvement of people through technologies, not only the physical improvement in terms of motor capacities or cognitive skills, motor skills, but we ask ourselves whether we need to intervene morally in human beings through biotechnological interventions. This is a question that is not the goal of this conference, but I understand that my colleague was pointing towards that direction as well. We're going to wrap it up, I'm afraid. Now we're going to open a dialogue that is going to be chaired by Cristina Monge. And we're going to engage in a dialogue with the head of the Bureau for Next Generation Funds in Spain. And I'm sure that he can give us some good examples of how these funds are being invested aligned with the energy transition and the digital transition. Thanks to the previous speakers, it's been a very interesting round table.
Pensabais que nos habíamos ido. Pues no, estamos.
You thought we had left, but here we are. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks very much for bearing with us for participating in this conversation in the room, and to all those that are following us via streaming. And we're starting to receive comments and questions that we will address during the conversation. Good afternoon, Santiago. It's a pleasure to have you here. I was going to give you the floor, but before so, I'm going to set the scene. We've talked about many things, and we reached this final session of today's conference with a pretty clear map of where the discussion stands and what the main discussion points are. Should we have to title this conference, I would refer to a quote from Chechu, who said, well, at the end, it has to do with what role we want technology to play in a future where life continues to be possible in the planet, because that's what sustainability is about. And sometimes we talk about technology as a solution instead of thinking about what role it needs to play. We reflect on the means and the ends from the environmental thought perspective. We've seen always all those aspects regarding digitization as synonymous of sustainability. Digitization meant dematerialize and help to decarbonize the economy. It helped us have better and more data, and as a result, this allowed us to be more efficient. And we automatically considered that there was an alliance, that digitization, technology, the digital revolution became an ally of sustainability. We have had to wait some years and some studies, and now we're starting to realize now, well, not today, but recently we've realized that things aren't that simple. And technology can be an ally for sustainability, but it could also hurdle it or prevent it. And these past days, when I was preparing this conference, I was thinking that when we talk about the ecological transition concept, we're talking about transition. When we talk about digital revolution, we talk about revolution. And a transition is not the same as a revolution, just because of a matter of pace. It's much more. It's not just about the pace difference. What we're saying, however, is that if both go hand in hand, these can generate synergies that will help us have or continue having a planet that can sustain life. But if these two trends follow diverging roads, sustainability will lose first, because one is being addressed as a transition and the other is already a revolution. And this poses many challenges and doubts. And it's very important that we start discussing them. What we're mentioning this morning is that digitization accounts for 3% of global energy, 7% of electricity, and generate 5% of CO2 emissions. If we add to this materials consumption, land, and rare, and we need to consider the paradox of efficiency. The greater the efficiency, sometimes ends up translated into greater consumption. So we have a huge challenge ahead, huge and interesting from the vital standpoint. And we have seen what Arantxa was saying earlier at the CSIC. No research institute alone can address the ecological transition or the digital transition together. Well, nowhere. No discipline, no knowledge alone can address all the different facets or dimensions that we have pointed to today. During the day, we talked about energy, we talked about technology, we talked about ethics. We have started the day with a philosopher that has reminded us of all the philosophical and ethical aspects. Tomorrow we will be talking more about governance. We've been talking about the need to engage the different social, economic, political stakeholders in order to make headway. These are just some of the issues that explain why we need to bring together all these different disciplines in order to address these trends. Fernando Valladares and I, by the way, well, discussed discuss and disagree as much as we love each other. We have philosophical discussions and discrepancies. And he was asking ourselves, why should we change? Generally, we tend to say that humans change either by conviction or by convenience or cohesion, by imposition. And when I was listening to the question, I thought, well, what if instead of the or, it's and? If social change would only occur when there is conviction, when there is convenience, and when we are obliged to do so. And in the field of ecological transition, conviction is very, very important. We were mentioning this some minutes ago with Santiago. There are many studies, the Eurobarometer, and many private studies that say that the degree of concern, environmental concern, is very high. Even amongst youngsters, we talked about eco-anxiety. So conviction is advancing, progressing. We also talk about convenience. Talking about conviction, I'm convinced that we are moving towards an approach of ecological transition that no longer sees transition as a sacrifice, but focuses on the positive aspects of the transition. This is a road that has been opened. And when we talk about cohesion in a democratic state, of course, this can only be imposed through legislation and through incentives. The carrot and the stick at the end of the day. So, the conditions are optimal, in my opinion, or close to optimal. And those three elements can concur. Conviction, being aware of convenience, and have cohesive instruments that help us progress. One of the key instruments over the past years are the Next Generation funds that have been mentioned in the previous table. And Santiago and I were holding ourselves to the chair in order not to react, but now we're going to do so because we have 1 full hour to do so. Thanks very much, Santiago, for being here with us. We've invited Santiago because he's very knowledgeable of the Recovery, Transformation and Resilience Plan that was the response given by the European Union to the economic crisis stemming from the pandemic. During the pandemic, many of us doubted whether the bet on sustainability of the European Green Pact that was agreed some months before the pandemic, whether that bet would continue to be alive, and the response given by the European Union or the next-gen projects with a significant amount of public funds. The goal was to modernize the economy. And if you ask the European Commission what modernizes the economy, it says greening and digitizing. And you say, okay, but how can we ensure that these go hand in hand? This is the question that we have asked or will ask Santiago. Thanks for joining us. I know that your agenda was packed with events. Santiago is the head of the Next Generation Funds Bureau for the government of Spain. He coordinated the Recovery, Transformation and Resilience Plan. He holds a degree in geography from the Autonomous University of Madrid, tenured professor at the Carlos III University. He also worked as a councillor at the Town Council of Torrelodones as head of the environment. And he works at the AIDEF as well. Thanks very much, Santiago, for joining us today. I'm going to step back a bit. And before we start, any reaction to what Valladares was saying earlier? Well, during this hour, we're going to answer. We can ask you to join us on stage if you so wish, sir, at the end. What I'd like to convey to you is that on the one hand, there is a course that we want to follow. There's someone, manning the ship. And third, there's the time for this ecological transition and digital transition to occur with all the contradictions implied. It's now. It's on the table at the moment.
So, what the European Commission and the European Council decided when facing the COVID crisis makes us be hopeful. We come from the 2008 crisis and the response of austerity and the consequences that it had and it continues to have in our society. But the response was completely different. It was, let's invest, let's provide resources, and let's strengthen public action so that the overcoming of the crisis is completely different. And this became the Next Generation funds. And even though there was a discussion and sometimes it was thought that countries could invest in whatever their priorities were. No, these funds go together with guidelines that establish specifically what you need to invest on. And as you were saying, the two basic priorities are the green transition and the digital transition. And it is also necessary to say that Next Generation funds that we all link to investment and this great amount of money and how this money can be executed and how it can move our economy. Well, there's also a very important element which should not forget. With this recovery and resilience mechanisms, the EU said that there had to be not only investment but also reforms. Reformed that could be seen through laws and legislations that would guarantee this green transition and digital transition, so that at the end of the day, this disbursement that is made periodically by the EU, and now we've asked for this third part of the money, and at that time we're assessed by the EU and they look into the reforms that have to be ambitious regarding digital and green transition. So we have the pressure of the Commission. It's not easy to digest and manage, but we also have the pressure in transparent and clear documents to put in place the reforms. And this is difficult in Spain and on environmental issues. We usually have very ambitious legislations. We can talk about the Coast Act, for example, or any of the other legislations that are very ambitious, but that don't have a hand in hand to them the means to be able to develop them. In this case, fortunately, it will be. So we have the legislation and also for the first time funding, specific funding targeted to the compliance of those objectives included in the legislation. So we should feel satisfied about this. And one more thing I would like to add before the next question. I believe the recovery plan and the mechanism also has a great advantage that you've mentioned, and that is that those green and digital transitions are not defined in a document that we can just put in a drawer and that in 8 years we assess once again in another wonderful study that is just put into the drawer again. No, it's just the opposite. Each of the measures regarding investments and reforms so that we comply with the objectives set by the Commission means that 39% of the investment goes to green transition and 20% to digitization. Each of the measures included in the plan has specific labels or percentages or data linked to them that are able to see if this is possible or not. And the Commission is assessing this, and it's not doing so ex post in 3 years' time, but they do that every time they give us the money. Okay, you've changed the Climate Act. Let's see if it includes everything we talked about. You've also invested in green transition. Okay, you've created or implemented all of these instruments that were foreseen, and let's see how you're doing on this. So I believe it has this part that is very important too, that they are assessing this. There's something that maybe is not very well known and that might be an opportunity for this, because the next generation plans, the recovery, transformation, and resilience plan, I love to say the whole name, and I love to highlight the issue of transformation, because this is about transforming and changing things. These plans have a criteria that could be an opportunity, because we're not talking about both transitions hand in hand, and they say you have to invest a 37% minimum in green transition. In the case of Spain, it's at 39%, but 100% of them have to not affect in a significant manner the environment. And I believe there's been a great discussion regarding significant and that use of that term. But could that be a way of maybe this funds meaning that we have a more comprehensive view of both axes? Well, I don't know if it's so, but I believe it's a quantitative or qualitative leap regarding how we can use these funds. And it establishes excluding lists. The next-gen funds, European funds, and from now on, all funds cannot be allocated to any element that damages the environment. What does this mean? One of the objectives that we had when we were designing the plan was renewing the flight of airplanes that are fighting fires. They are very efficient, but most of them are decades old, and we wanted to renew them. And we said to the Commission, we're going to renew part of this airplane fleet, and they said, yes, you can do this when you guarantee that these airplanes are not using fossil fuels, because if they do so, then we consider that they are not contributing to the change nor progressing in the green transition. So we couldn't include the purchasing of these new airplanes because there's no electric airplanes, there's no technology that allows this kind of airplanes to use electric engines, and therefore we couldn't fund these airplanes. What does this mean? It means that complying with the next-gen conditions is a very different way of allocating funds, because what would this mean on the medium and long term? That the speeding of this green transition would be much bigger than if we continued with palliative policies or policies that are less ambitious regarding transition. The same thing with transport.
Es la única solución transitoria hasta que exista una tecnología.
It's the same with the situation of GNL, and we cannot fund this kind of trucks now with LNG. So these objectives are ambitious, and for once we have clear objectives. There's an extensive control of the compliance with the measures, and therefore we are progressing quite well. And you've asked about bringing together both transitions and if this is included in the design of the plan. Well, with progress, I would say one again, and I'm being cautious now because I don't believe that this plan, like any other, is conceived in a mainstream way to broach these two elements together. In fact, in this conference, we're seeing this clearly. So we need to do much more. But planning in Spain, like in other countries, and in fact the administration is divided. We have a ministry for green transition and one for digital transition that work together and have common policies, and I will give you some examples later on. But it is also true that we work in silos, and in the way in which the administration is organized doesn't favor working together, and there's still a lot to get done, but still we do have some good examples. You've mentioned, at least that I can remember, of two challenges that we should rethink or improve somehow, so that digital and green transition can be developed together. First of all, we cannot have silos. Anything having to do with silos has to be present everywhere. Today we've mentioned the Agenda 2030 and its objectives, and the agenda clearly states this. This is not something done by one ministry or the other. Everyone has to be involved. And the second thing, you've given a very good example with this airplanes to fight fires. They use kerosene, which is a fossil fuel. So this is progressing in the impact of the projects. In this case, it's very obvious, but there are other projects where maybe it's not so clear. So, are we progressing, or are there strategic lines to look into the impact and not the results of the projects that are funded by Next Generation or of the whole program? Because when we were speaking about the kind of projects to be included in Next Gen and the strategic lines of the country, someone said something that made me think, and that was that the worst thing that could happen to us is not that we are not able to manage all this money on time, or it's not that we have problems in the execution, which would be a problem, of course. The worst thing is that in 2027, when everything is executed and implemented, we look at our country and we haven't been able to transform anything. So I always like to mention the term transformation and resilience, because the aim is to transform. The worst thing that could happen is that we execute everything and we comply with all the requirements of the EU or the European Commission, and in fact, thanks to those that are managing this in this situation of uncertainty in so many areas. But the worst thing is that we spend all this money and we don't comply with our last aim of transformation, and this goes through the measurement of impact. What do you foresee regarding this? Well, there's a couple of things to say about this. First of all, the plan has changed investment priorities, something very much needed in Spain. For a long time, we've worked on transport infrastructures, mainly when investing funds. Coming here to Bilbao, you can still see the famous delayed high-speed train in the Basque Country that will come at some point. And this has meant that we have transport infrastructures, and in the assessment study, sometimes they are over-dimensioned, and finally, funds are now allocated to other things. So this first step is a good step forward. And going back to your specific question, there is a relevant change in these funds, and that is that these funds are going to be assessed in an ongoing manner through the results and the compliance of the milestones. So the Commission will provide the money, not through the invoices. No, it is going to be done, looked into every 6 months. We have goals in the execution of the investment, and this is a very important change when assessing the plan, because fundamentally the Commission will provide all of the funds when we've been able to comply with what we had to do and on time. So everything that has to be done by Spain is in one document, a 300-page document with 416 milestones and objectives, and that clearly establishes what Spain has to do to receive this money. Is the plan going to be assessed? Well, I'm not in charge of this, but I do believe it should be done. The databases that allow this assessment are being built, so at some point someone will have to decide how it is done. And regarding the assessment of public policies, we have focused on the plan progressing. First of all, so you have an idea of what is the content, because it's so broad that sometimes we only talk about small parts of the whole plan, but we are not explaining the more complex and rich reality. For example, in public policies, it has been established that we need to have a way of assessing public policies, and it was also compulsory to have a law for the assessment of public policies, and also we had to create an agency organization that is assessing all the policies that are put in place. So this is part of the plan, and it will get done, and I hope that the plan is assessed and there is an in-depth analysis of all of this. And we've been speaking, and we talked about this before being here, about a green transition, but the assessment of the policies is important to see if the subsidies and if these public policies that are being put in place are fair and are really allowing that beyond getting to our objectives, not increasing differences and inequalities, which is something that happened with the 2008 crisis. So let's not once again think, oh, let's get a green transition but not leave anyone behind. And in fact, today, one of the most important elements is the element of a fair transition. Green transition, taking into account social impact and providing more support to those that could be the losers in the transition. You've talked about the content of the plan. Are there specific projects that you can explain and that are close to this vision of aligning both transitions? I do believe so. One of the things that I've said is that Next Generation has changed many things in the administration, and this has been very positive. I would like to briefly reflect, and we have talked about this before. We come from where we come regarding the public administration in both Spain and the autonomous regions in Spain. There have been multiple cases of corruption in the administration, and the legislation has tended to increase controls. Everything that is audit and ex-ante control systems for any expense in the administration. And this has meant, and if you look into the evolution, we see that we are to spend €1 in the public administration, you need to go through a lot of paperwork and provide information. Even if you work in research, you're fully aware of this. Now, we are at a point in time in which society demands to go at a faster pace. So this is the second part of the plan, and that is to start doing things in a faster manner, and we needed for that money to get to the economy, not because the economy is an abstract thing that we want to just recover, but because what we have behind is the life of many families and the quality of life of these families. So what any observer can see is that the words behind any policy in the autonomous regions, in the town and councils, is to make more agile and accelerate and eliminate bottlenecks, because the administration has become an instrument that is not operational enough to reach these kind of objectives, like, for example, having a fast transformation of the production of electric energy. To do so, we need specific controls, and there is comprehensive legislation linked to this, and any project that has this objective is a long-lasting project. Maybe we're not at a point in which we need 4 years for the authorization of our project. We have enough information. We've studied the environmental impact enough, and we have information for this process not to be so long. It has to be demanding, but not as long. We need to use technology to make sure that those projects that are feasible at an environmental level can be passed in a shorter period, and there's still a lot to do regarding this. And I would also like to highlight something that was said in the previous panel regarding mobility. I believe there is a very interesting project, Moves Singulares, which is a project of the IDAE, and they wanted to fund mobility problems that are not classic projects like charging stations, for example, but mainstream projects that included not only electrification, but also innovative elements where we could invest. And there have been interesting projects in Bilbao. We have an example that I have here, and they are not very well known because these are recently approved projects, but there's one that has to do with the smart recharge of the buses. And there's also something else that is very important that we are going to invest more on in the future that has to do with the water cycle.
The plan hasn't been well treated in terms of investment, but a PERTE has been approved, a so-called PERTE, for the digitization of the water cycle. And this is the perfect example of how we can combine the ecological transition and the digital transition. Why? Because in Spain we face a huge challenge. Not in the Mediterranean arc, but yes, in Spain. In Spain, we still don't know in many places how much water we're spending every day. We lack meters in order to know what amount of water is consumed, and there's great room for improvement here. Same applies to the distribution of urban water. There's the ability of improving the efficiency of water use and to detect potential losses based on the installation of digital meters connected to a data center that allows us to control the network. The plan is going to invest 550 million euros in digitizing the water cycle through the installation of sensors through specific softwares, because I'd like to highlight something here. If you've read about Next Gen funds, the vast majority of projects are competitive projects. There's like a tender, so you apply to process. And in terms of digitization of the water cycle, there will be a tender, a bigger tender that will be launched. And the criteria are better improvement of efficiency in use, improvement of efficiency in water irrigation and in the urban setting. And both public and private companies can apply their, tenders, their projects. Another program that is going to be published soon is that of green algorithms. The idea is to use AI in order to reduce the consumption of energy and resources. These are projects that are specific, that are targeting research centers. It's true that research centers are one of the main recipients of Next Generation funds, because there's still great room for research. Through applied solutions, that we can make huge progress. There are many examples, I could mention many more. And there are good examples that give room for hope. And of course, the challenge of cross-sectionality is there. The next, or one of the main next milestones in the relationship between the Spanish government and the European Union is the Green Deal. We need to, of course, define new targets, new goals. As for the next steps, do we need to address the alignment of these two very profound transformations or transitions? Yes, we will have a second plan with 7.7 billion additional euros. And there's a new tool, a new mechanism. And I'd like to underscore the European Commission's reaction, an active reaction to the current affairs situation. And you've probably heard about repowering, and we want to promote investments in new technologies and And in these two transitions, so the opportunity is there in order to align these two transitions so that we can correlate these transformations better. Well, a message of hope. Good. Well, now we need to open the conversation with the members of the audience, those of you here in the room, and those that are following us online. Let's start off with the questions in the room. I have received some questions via WhatsApp, but if you want to kick it up here in the room, there's a roving mic.
Sí, pues allí. Perfecto.
Hola. Primero, enhorabuena por todo el programa.
Congratulations for, the entire day and for this last conversation. I'm a member of a small company that works in the digital world, and I hold harbor great hopes in working with projects that could be part of the program or the plan. But I have a concern that goes beyond this initiative. And we companies are interested in using these funds that are coming from Europe. And we've heard examples, and we have good examples from other countries as well, and we need to seek inspiration there as well. But I'm concerned. I'm concerned about the pace of expenditure that we will reach based on the experience that the regions of Spain and the government of Spain has in channeling European funds. Let me explain myself. The European Union Regional Development Funds, as you probably know, haven't always been managed well, so I'm worried about the pace, and I wonder what the government of Spain is doing to make sure that we will use 100% of the funds or a high percentage of those support mechanisms. And I'd like to mention one of the initiatives proposed by the Basque government. The Basque government has always said, instead of executing the projects with the structure imposed by the government of Spain, why don't we do a direct distribution of the amounts of money of the funds so that the Basque government, from what I've heard, has a success fee in the distribution of funds that is very good. And the mechanism from the state has shown some flaws. Let me mention something that I mentioned earlier. This isn't a region. These aren't regional funds. This is a fund that is thought of to be spent pretty quickly. And why do I say so? Because the administration has processes to distinguish funds. And it's good that this money can be spent relatively fast. The European Union cannot, wait 3 years and then see that there has been a massive fraudulent use of funds. Public funds need to be spent at the pace established by the administration, and this pace is being accelerated both in the regions of Spain and in Spain. But we need to make calls for papers, tenders, we need technical sheets, we need to have the controls of the auditors, there needs to be a process in place, but we cannot force or accelerate the pace too much, because otherwise we can give, open the door to fraud. There are some steps that need to be followed. We need to monitor and track the execution of the funds, and I believe that we should be reasonably satisfied with how we're doing. Yet a different thing are the expectations we could harbor perhaps excessive expectations, but we are managing 2 billion euros in monthly tenders. We, the General Administration of the State, have already delivered 14 billion. And this is the observed debate that sometimes hit the deadlines. This doesn't mean that they have that money already in the bank accounts. This means that funds, 14 billion funds, have already been mobilized or awarded to companies or to project applicants. So, in short, I think we're working pretty well to avoid the inexecution that characterized the regional development funds. And by the way, the level of lack of execution of regional development funds isn't as low as we sometimes say. In this case, we're not using the mechanisms of the regional development funds, but tenders, and there's a specific procedure that needs to be followed. There has been a change in the distribution of funds. Up until now, we were used to tenders for big construction companies that do infrastructures and transportation, but these funds are in many cases channeled towards small companies through small subsidies that follow procedures that are very different to tenders. And this is the change that is being promoted by the Next Gen funds. And second, as regards the ability of autonomous regions, and well, the problem is not that it comes from the government of Spain and that it sets the conditions. Next Gen is structured in such a way that we need to meet milestones and targets that we have negotiated with Brussels based on the regulation approved by Brussels. And what the government of Spain has done is to convey to each region the part of the milestone, and we couldn't renegotiate this between 17 regions in Spain. The good news that we can give is that in this second phase of the plan, there will be a pretty significant part of the funds that will be directly transferred to the autonomous regions, and the autonomous regions will be able to manage with their priorities these funds. We're talking about more than 20 billion euros that are going to be transferred to a fund of autonomous regions. So the Basque government sets its priorities that it has very clear in its mind, and that it's executing well. Well, you made it very easy for me because I'm receiving a comment from Ithiar via streaming who says, a way of managing funds more agilely wouldn't be that town councils would be more engaged in this process? Yes. I mean, town councils are being involved in low emissions areas, criticized by Fernando earlier. These interventions are being promoted by town councils thanks to the subsidies of the European Union. Depending on the powers and competences of the administrations, they're doing more or less. But the town councils should be an execution tool for the plan. They are already being so. More questions, more comments. Please take on this opportunity. We have received another question via streaming. Similar, says that innovation sometimes stems from small company startups and the likes, but it's hard for us to access these plans that promote innovation. How can we solve this issue? There are many policies that are being defined in order to strengthen for startups. A specific act has been passed that envisages tax incentives so that these startups can grow. An investment fund, a specific investment fund has been created that transfers public money. And the plan is being quite innovative in this sense. This is a public investment fund that invests in specific companies that are considered to be viable and that need those funds in order to escalate. So it's an impact investment fund. No, it's an investment fund only targeting startups. In Spain, we have a significant number of startups But we see that at some point, many startups don't have enough funds in order to reach scale, in order to become unicorns. A specific fund has been created to this end. In terms of small and medium-sized enterprise, we have the Digital Kit program. The number of beneficiary companies is very high. It's true that the amount of money is small, and in the second stage of the plan, the idea is to target bigger companies and that we allocate them more funds so that the funds have a greater transformative power. So we're going to give the plan a second life. Yes, yes, indeed. No doubt about it, that the mechanism needs to finish in August 2026. We're going really fast because everything needs to be executed before August 2026. And why doesn't the Commission consider extending the deadline? No, it's not foreseeable. We need to work with that horizon in mind. The legal deadline is August 2026. And need to work to spend that money within that deadline. It's true that the administration tends to say, well, we're going to make it, and let's extend it 1 year or 2 years, but that horizon hasn't been considered. Perhaps it's open at the end of the period. It's possible, but we should try to spend well the money on the objectives we have set by August 2026. So we can see this as, oh my goodness, we need to hurry, or we can see this as an opportunity. We need to transform this as soon as possible. We need to have an incentive as soon as possible, as efficient as possible, i.e. generating the desired impact. Any comments, any questions? Well, you explained this very well. You made everything crystal clear, sir. Well, since we're in overtime, we'll leave it here for today. It's been an extremely enriching day. We moved from the general to the specific. We started with a philosopher, and we finished with the director of the Next Generation Funds Tracking Office. So, Checho Agustin, since it's the International Day of Philosophy, we have started with a bird's view, with a general approach. But then we started, breaking this down, reflecting on how to align those two trends. And I think we have identified many of the hurdles, many of the obstacles. And we have identified many handicaps. We have also seen some good practices. We've seen that there's a need to bring together different skills, knowledge sets. We need to promote transdisciplinarity. We cannot talk about interdisciplinarity, but rather transdisciplinarity. And the trans applies to research, knowledge, and also management and public administration. And I think that we can be satisfied with the work we've done today. We've finished the day talking about the possibilities of the Next Generation Funds. We will continue tomorrow. Tomorrow, this session will take place at BBK Cuna, pretty close to where we currently are. The approach will be a bit different. Today, we have wanted to focus on the world of knowledge, the need to progress in research, but tomorrow, we want this debate to be much more open to society. We're going to enjoy the participation of social agents, cultural agents, in order to convey the takeaways from today and to broaden the dialogue. We will enjoy the presence of the Secretary of State for AI, Carmen Artigas, and we'll continue the debate in the morning, and we will have some workshops in the afternoon, and then we will finish up with a beer and politics that Juan Luis Caro and myself will dynamize. For those that haven't realized, Juan Luis Caro will be the MC tomorrow. Thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen, and if you agree, we'll leave it here for the day. We'll call it a day. Thank you.